making the right call on the suspension setup, is going to go A to B left-hand side in quick fashion. Good run there for that car, and the Dodge banks it down as well. That'll bring up the 5th generation Camaro, the 2011 model Camaro left-hand side, and Derek Downing, the Vengeance Racing 2009 model Caddy on the right-hand side. He has been having some problems getting that car off the starting line as far as it's either turbo lag or something in the computer system is not letting it stay on full boost, and they keep picking away at it. They'll get there. That car has 8-second potential. It's just not been realized yet. So to all of you that are joining us live online on Drag Racer TV here for Saturday, thank you so much for tuning into Street Car Braggin Rights, our final day. We are doing a little bit of test and tuning here to get ready for the 3rd and final qualifying session. We had a late night last night, so Warren and I are both recovering as best we can with every energy drink we can find. So once again, we are in a no-time test and tune setup, so you will not see or hear times out of this session as we get down to our last pair of cars, the stick shift Honda S2000 and the 4th gen Camaro. We will run them, and then we will do a little bit of track prep to get ready for qualifier number 3. That is the final qualifying session to get the fields ready for round 1 of eliminations, where 2 go down and 1 comes back. We've got a lot of money and some big checks and really cool trophies from Blue Ribbon Trophy Shop to hand out. The stick shift S2000 Honda comes out of the water box. This is a turbocharged LS swap. Stop me if you've heard that before. This is a car that made it to the final round last year and unfortunately caught on fire and hit the wall. They have rebuilt the car to get it back here for this year. Still in primer, but the paint doesn't make it run any faster, so they're worrying about the power and getting it from point A to point B. That's Matt Stover right side. And Stover on his last pass, the car got a little bit unsettled, and on the 1-2 shift, front end went in the air and it made an immediate right-hand turn. That time the car just bounced around like a basketball as the rear end was coming hooked and unhooked. You notice the patches just off the starting line. That means the tire was wadding itself up and it was tire shaking, which means it gets stuck and then comes unstuck. So that in a stick shift car is going to load and unload the clutch, and it's not good. So that's why the car kind of moved around on him. He wisely got out of the gas, and that will wrap up our test and tune session here for this morning, early afternoon. Here on day 3 of Street Car Braggin Rights, brought to us by Vengeance Racing. We will get everything prepared for round number 3 of qualifying, our final round. And we will start calling those cars into the lanes shortly. Once again, for everybody that would like to tell your friends and family at home, go over and check out DragRacerTV. Not DragRacerTV.com, but DragRacerTV on YouTube, as Warren and his gang are doing the great job that they are with multiple camera angles here today to bring all the action to you from Carolina Dragway, the House of Hook. So once again, Q3, we will call you to the lanes shortly. Q3, we will call you to the lanes shortly. drivers, all classes, drivers only, no cars. I need you to the winner's circle for a driver's meeting at this time, please. All drivers, all classes, drivers only, no cars. Need you to the winner's circle for a driver's meeting before round one of eliminations. We're going to go over everything, then give you your final qualifying session, and we will get ready for round one of eliminations, and we need you there. Need you to the winner's circle without your vehicles for a driver's meeting right now. the no time overdrive shootout to lanes 1 and 2. No time overdrive shootout lanes 1 and 2. No time all steel, all glass lanes 3 and 4. No time all steel, all glass lanes 3 and 4. All motor to lanes 5 and 6. Those are my first 3 classes for this final session. I will take you now. No time overdrive shootout lanes 1 and 2. No time overdrive shootout lanes 1 and 2. No time all steel, all glass lanes 3 and 4. No time all steel, all glass lanes 3 and 4. I need all motor to lanes 5 and 6. call for my first three classes. Final call for my first three classes. No time overdrive shootout. This is your only shot before eliminations. Lanes 1 and 2. No time overdrive shootout. Your only shot at the racetrack before we go into eliminations. No time overdrive shootout. Lanes 1 and 2. No time all steel, all glass. Lanes 3 and 4. No time all steel, all glass. Again, your only shot before we go to eliminations. Lanes 3 and 4. The all-motor class, your third and final qualifier, all-motor class. Lanes 5 and 6, please. We are getting ready to get started here shortly. We need you in the lanes. If not, we will run without you and go to the next class. Listen up, please. The Carolina Dragway crew is doing a great job with this surface. With that being said, we saw lots of good runs yesterday, including a world record new time for Charger Hellcats of 7:27. Now, with that being said, the racetrack right now is warm. It is nearing 130 degrees. So a small suggestion from us here at Braggin Rights Group, might want to put in that A to B tune-up. Not rotate the earth tune-up, but an A to B tune-up to get yourselves ready, because obviously the track is going to continue to get warmer, and we will get round one underway when the sun is still out. So we would rather see you make a plan to be able to get down the racetrack versus spinning the tires and not getting anywhere. So keep that in mind, please. So we're going to start with a pair of Mopars here in the No Time Overdrive Shootout class, brought to us by Fisherbuilt. So left-hand side, Summit Goyal out of Suwanee, Georgia. My Suwanee will get better as the day goes on. 2016 model Challenger left side, the 2017 model Charger right side. That is Abhishek Bose out of North Carolina. And Bose is going to get backed up and just put in the correct spot. Once again, make sure you tell your friends and family that we are live streaming this on the Drag Racer TV account on YouTube. All right, so we are double checking on the starting line. It'll take just a minute here. All right, so it looks like we got everything figured out, at least based on what I'm seeing. So we're going to roll that pair back up. distance here. And left side will get there first. Again, we are in no time format, so you can speculate along with your best friend to find out what you believe they ran. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stick shift. Stick shift brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. Stick shift. Stick shift lanes 1 and 2. Tanner Walker and Bubby Mitchell on the starting line. Pair of Mustangs. Right hand side, tire spin. Left hand side is hooked up and gone. Walker gives it a quick pedal and pulls right back alongside him. And Bubby Mitchell will hold him off at the top end. Once again, stick shift class. Your final qualifier lanes 1 and 2, please. Stick shift. Final qualifier lanes 1 and 2, please. And Misty Moen going down left-hand side, and the caddy got it hooked up this time. The Mustang, a little bit of tire spin, gets close to the center line and backs out of it. Misty will get across the finish line in good time there. As we continue in the Overdrive shootout brought to us by Fisher-Built. I believe this is our final pair of cars, the Camaro and the pickup truck. Adarius Faust and Jeremy White. Couple of Georgia-based hot rods, 97 Silverado. That's how Adam Dory would say it. On the left-hand side, and Adarius Faust, the 78 model Camaro on the right side. Again, our final pair of Overdrive shootout brought to us by Fisher-Built. They both get up on boost. Left side knocks it in and goes clean through the beam, so they'll back him up. So the Camaro will make a single pass, and now we'll get the truck in. Once again, stick shift, brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. Stick shift. I need you now, lanes 1 and 2, please. Stick shift. Your final round of qualifying, and I need you now, please. All right, we go into the all-steel, all-glass class. Brought to us by Straight Line Media. First car out is Steve Schaefer out of Centerville, Ohio, 2014 model Mustang. On the right side of the racetrack, we'll make a single shot here. All right, so once again, in our no-time all-steel, all-glass class, we have 4 of our 6 competitors in the staging lanes, and then all-motor for their final qualifier will come next. I have called stick shift, stick shift. Lanes 1 and 2, please, stick shift. Stick shift. Brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. I need you to the lanes 1 and 2, please, for your final qualifier. Pat Bell going to bump in the Camaro on the right-hand side. He loosened the front end up and put the curve in it to get it right, and it is stuck. To the 8th mile, Bell makes a nice solid shot there. Once again, don't forget, we are on the Drag Racer TV channel on YouTube, live streaming all the action here from Street Car Braggin Rights. Thanks to Warren Evans and his crew. Appreciate all the work he's doing. That'll bring up our 3rd car, Austin Pruitt, who did quite well yesterday in the small tire no-time shootout class. Today he's going to try his hand at the all-steel, all-glass shootout class. I believe he made it down to the semifinals yesterday. So Pruitt out of Newmarket, Alabama, 1991 model Notch Mustang. The turbocharged ride on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to make a single shot here to get himself ready for round number 1 of all steel, all glass, brought to us by Straight Line Media. A beautiful example of a Fox on the right side. He's going to get it boosted up and knock it in. And had it stuck for about 40 feet before it lit the tires up. Again, trying to find that magic spot that they could get down the racetrack with it being close to 130 degrees. And he made some very solid shots yesterday. Soon as the sun went down and the track cooled off, again, he made it to the semis and was one of the 3 cars left, and it was a very quick trio of rides. I believe this is our final car in the all-steel, all-glass. Yes, this is the 85 RX-7 of Nicholas Feliciano, who had some issues earlier during the test session with a little bit of fluid under the car. It looks like they have since gotten it fixed. So the 85 RX-7 will get a single shot here. And you can tell that they have replaced the rotary with a engine that has a little bit more cylinders in it. So Feliciano tried a second line, and it didn't work any better. He'll pedal it out the back door to get the fuel data on it, and that will wrap up the all-steel, all-glass class, brought to us by Straight Line Media. Final call for stick shift. Final call for stick shift. I'm missing about half of you. Final call for stick. Final call for stick. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily Driver brought to us by Race Ready Shea. Daily Driver, lanes 3 and 4 for your final qualifier. Daily Driver, I will take you to lanes 3 and 4. My final call for All Motor, final call for Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair, All Motor, lanes 5 and 6. If you're not there, you're about to be late. All Motor, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call for Stick Shift. Final call for Stick Shift brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. Final call for Stick Shift. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. We're missing about half of our classes, and we know that some of you did get a crack at the track yesterday, but want to make sure that you had every available opportunity before we go into eliminations. So a little bit of racetrack touch-up before we go to All Motor. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you get out and about. Obviously, it is a little bit past lunchtime. We want to make sure that you stay nourished. Make sure you keep your fluid levels up, please. Go and visit the concession stands located right behind the left side grandstands. Get yourself all kinds of good things to eat and drink. May I recommend the fried Oreos and the fried bologna sandwich? Yes, fried stuff is good, especially from Carolina Dragway. And I do believe that the lemonade stand is there. Yep, go and visit the Skin Wagon for pork skins and the best lemonade I have ever had. They'll spike it up for you a little bit over there. And as I'm saying this, I see in Ashlyn's face that she needs her lemonade in her life. But she needs it spiked with enough caffeine to... she needs a very big amount of it. A pair of Chevrolet products will get us started here in the final qualifying session of the all-motor class. Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair all-motor class. The all-motor class will get started with Logan Perry in the 2011 model Camaro out of Camden, South Carolina, left-hand side. Tony Hayes in the 66 Chevy Nova out of La Crosse, Virginia, right side. The all-motor class, the one where you can hear every cubic inch, every single one of them. They're staged and ready. Both of them got them set up right to get off that starting line with the heat being as well as it is. Let's see how they qualify. Number 2 qualifier, right-hand side. Could Tony go better? He does. 9:13 and 1:46. 11:66. Logan Perry also improves. And Tony Hayes takes back the number 1 spot by about 13 thousandths of a second over Chris McNeely. They traded first and second back and forth yesterday. Now Tony goes back on top. David Hinmeyer coming up next. Right side, the Pennsylvania-based 2014 Corvette. John Newmar out of Aiken, South Carolina, 2023 model F-150 pick-em-up truck. Your number 3 qualifier at 972 right side. Number 8 qualifier at 1236 left side. Corvette in front. And Corvette will get there 983, slows down by a tenth of a second. 1228 for the pickup, picks up 800ths. Here comes what was your number 1 qualifier, now in the number 2 spot. This is Chris McNeely, a gorgeous 64 Chevy Malibu left side. Bobby Admire in the GTO on the opposite side. McNeely staying right with yesterday, 128.60 foot. He looks like he could get number 1 back. He does. 9:09 at 1:45 for Chris McNeely. Takes the number 1 spot back. 10:32, not getting better of the 10:29 for Bobby Atmeyer. He'll stay in the number 5 spot. And Tony Hayes and Chris McNeely switch first and second back and forth again. So Chris McNeely, 9:09 to the number 1 spot. Tony Hayes at 9:13.6, the number 2 spot. That is going to be interesting in first round of eliminations. And that will wrap up the final round of qualifying for the Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair all-motor class. We'll move us to stick shift next. Once again, I have called Daily Driver. Daily Driver, lanes 3 and 4, please. Daily Driver. Daily Driver, lanes 3 and 4, please. Starting out with the Nissan 240 and the 94 Civic. Brian Seagrass, your number 5 qualifier right side. Goes 965 at 155. Will not improve on his 957 from yesterday. 995 for the left-hand side. Daniel Lockett will not improve on his 989 from yesterday. He will stay in the number 8 spot. Attention in the bits. Attention in the bits. I'll take Wild Street. Wild Street, I need you now, please. Wild Street. Wild Street to lanes 5 and 6, please. Wild Street. Wild Street to lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call for Daily Driver. Final call for Daily Driver. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Final call for Daily Driver. Final call for Daily Driver. Our next pair up, Marty Battenfly and Heath Maxwell. Maxwell in real teal. The stick shift 93 Cobra left-hand side out of Alabama. Your number 1 qualifier, 8:14 at 161. Marty Ballanfly, the Virginia-based 2004 color-shifting Cobra, the last year for the SN95 body style. He's your number 6 qualifier at 962 right side. Real Teal is on a rip, 116.60 foot left side, and gets out of the gas early, 895 at 110, a 520 eighth mile, and a 116.60 foot in the heat. That baby was strolling, and he just got out of the gas early after the 8th mile to save the parts and pieces. Right side left before the tree was activated and spun the tires. Tua Vang and Tommy Rosema next. Rosema in the 240SX left side. Tua Vang in the Mitsubishi Evo right side. They're qualified number 12 on the left with a 1083 and an 18-second coasting pass for number 15 on the right side. The stick shift class being brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. Fairway. The all-wheel drive Evo. On a run and will hopefully stay with it. Cut that time almost in half. 968 almost does it. 150 miles an hour for Tua. That'll move him up. 1097 will not improve on Rosema. So Tua Vang goes to the top side of the ladder, number 8 spot. And Tommy Rosema will stay number 13. A pair of red Corvettes come up next. Bryant Morris and Elijah Nichols. Nichols out of Hickory, North Carolina, right side, 2011 model Corvette Z06, your number 3 qualifier at 880. Left side, Bryant Morris out of Graniteville, South Carolina, 2003 model Z06. Number 10 qualifier at 999 with a 7 at the end of it. So both of them in the single digits and would like to improve. Once again, Wild Street, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Wild Street, need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Brian Morris off the starting line, a little bit lazy. Elijah Nichols on a good run, 845 at 175 for Nichols. A big improvement over his 880, 1139 for Morris will not improve. And as good of a run as that is for Elijah Nichols, he will stay number 3. He needed 4 thousandths more to get to the number 2 spot. Stover, 845.6, holds off Nichols, 845.9. That's how close we were. Justin Sullivan will come up in the Cobra and will make a single shot left side. This is our final car out of the stick shift class. Currently qualified at 1040 and will improve on that. 999 with a 6 at the end of it at 137. That'll move Sullivan into the number 10 spot. Now 11 cars in the single digits. And that will wrap up the third and final qualifier for stick, brought to us by Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair, Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. Daily Driver will be next. first pair out here in daily driver Robert Rooker, James Roberts. The Mustang of Roberts' left side, 925. Almost the same as his 926 from yesterday. 989 on the right side for Rooker is an improvement in the number 13 qualifying spot. $10.85 at 148 on the right-hand side for Singleton. Having problems off the starting line and not improve on his 921 from yesterday. He'll stay in the number 8 qualifying spot. The pair of Camaros on their way, Jimmy Hill and Angel Galden. 994 at 139 for Jimmy Hill's 2012 Camaro. Angel goes 1164 at 125. That'll put her in the number 19 spot. Jimmy is in the number 14 spot. Little Mustang versus Camaro action. Mallory Dominguez in the Naples, Florida-based 2018 model Camaro right-hand side, the silver car. The ZL1 currently qualified number 10 at 933. 903, the qualified spot for the number 6 car. That's Shelby, who has problems right off the starting line. He's going to give chase, but Mallory way out in front. 927 at 149 for Mallory. 1121 at 142 for Billy Franklin. Not an improvement. Mallory's 927 goes to number 10. Final call for Wild Street. Final call, Wild Street, lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call for Wild Street. Final call for Wild Street, lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention to the bits. Attention to the bits. First call for heavyweights. Heavyweights brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply, lanes 1 and 2, please. Heavyweight. Heavyweight. Final qualifier, lanes 1 and 2, please. I also need Run What You Brung, brought to us by Fuel Tech. Run What You Brung to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, here we go for our first pair of Wild Street. Ryan Wenger and Derek Downing. The Vengeance Racing team, its left-hand side, spins the tires. Derek Downing out of Vengeance looking for a good shot right side. The caddy is hooked. 860 at 150 miles an hour. After a lot of struggles, they get down in good time. They knocked 1.3 seconds off their best run to this point. The Camaro running down in just a tick under 20 seconds. So Downing will move into the number 15 spot, into the top half of the field. That'll bring up Louis Icopetti and Wade Martin next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need heavyweights. Heavyweights brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Heavyweight. Heavyweight to lanes 1 and 2, please. Heavyweight. Heavyweight lanes 1 and 2, please. I also need Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung brought to us by Fuel Tech. Run What You Brung lanes 3 and 4, please. Run What You Brung lanes 3 and 4, please. Louis Icopetti out of Bradenton in the Buick right side. Wade Martin, 924 at 143 in the Corvette left side. Lewis has problems right off the starting line and will not improve on his 861. Tony Whetstone and Justin New. New in the S10 pickup truck right side. Whetstone in the convertible Mustang. 11:01 at 121 for Justin New. That'll get him on the sheet. Tony will not improve on the 793 from yesterday. He coast to a 1262 after tire spin, so he'll stay at number 3. Into our next pair here in Wild Street, Chuck Greer in the Corvette and Walter Doyle in the Chevelle. Greer out of Ackworth, Georgia, the Z06 left side. Currently your number 12 qualifier at 839, 167. Yeah, the bump spot right now for the 16-car field is 861. Guess who also has an 861 with a 3 at the end of it? Walter Doyle in the Chevelle right side. 861 with a 3 gets you the number 17 spot. Don't think he's going to improve on it here. Doyle in. Greer is in. And both of them make the tune-up call to get at least to the 60-foot mark. Doyle's car gets a little out of shape. And he'll leg it through anyway. 854 at 159. That'll get him back into the 16-car field. And Greer has problems and slows to a 1264. So Walter Doyle goes from number 17 to number 14. Now the bump spot is an 860 with an 8. Derek Downing, who just made his best run of the weekend, is now on the bump spot. That'll bring up Kendall Collins and John Edwards next, a pair of Coyote-powered Ford products. Edwards, Ackworth, Georgia, 2016 model Mustang right side. Your number 6 qualifier at 807. He will face Kendall Collins. Collins left side, the Savannah, Georgia-based Coyote-powered Maverick, 874. That car will easily run quicker than that. See if he put it in there correctly. He tuned it down just enough. It is on a ripper. Left side says 832, 178. That moves Collins into the top 16 and will bump Derek Downing down into number 17. So Collins at number 11. Edwards will stay number 6 after the 854 pass. Robbie Harper and Josh Osteen, both of them having traction problems, and neither one will improve. Harper will stay number 2, Josh Osteen number 9, but not after those runs. All right, here comes our next pair, Letitia Hughes and Alex Duff. Alex Duff in the clean 97 Supra, currently qualified in an 819. Letitia Hughes, right side, the Mustang. Out of Kentucky, qualified. Letitia 124 60-foot and on a good shot right side. 862 at 144 out of the gas early, and the parachute deployed. Alex Duff has problems right off the starting line, and he will coast to a 19-second pass. All right, here comes your next pair, Mustang versus Camaro. Jason Lavia out of Canton, Georgia, the ZL1 right side, your number 30 qualifier with a 1291 pass. Wayne Willoughby out of Villarica, Georgia, 2015 model Coyote-powered Mustang left side. Your number 14 qualifier at 844. When you spice it up, it goes from Coyote to Coyote. And the tires. Going well. Actually, I take that back. Jason could improve off that 1291. He's pedaled it and back-ended again. 1017 at a whopping 168 miles an hour. So Jason will no longer be number 30. Wayne Willoughby will stay number 14 as the 1724 does not improve on an 844. Jason is now number 28. He moved up from number 30 to number 28. Big jump. I believe this is our final pair. Well, we have one car left as a single, so we are down to our last 3 cars here in the Wild Street class. Brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. Pair of Mustangs, Anthony Cook and Parker Jones. Jones out of Florida, left side. Cook out of North Carolina, right side. And again, both of them falling prey to that 130-degree track temperature. Cook will pedal it and get back after it to get the data. Will not improve on his 865. He goes 11:24. Parker Jones will stay in the number 5 spot with the 806. And our final car to come up here in the Wild Street class, brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. This is Richard Trunkett. Trunkett had a big 3 race in the old school go-kart twin turbo Duster. Knocks the tires loose, but then gets back after it to get the fuel trim data. 931 at just 114. So the Wild Street class is complete. 30 cars qualified, so we will have one big field ready to go. All right, here comes the first of our final two classes here in the qualified session. The heavyweight class brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. That'll be followed by Run What You Brung, brought to us by Fuel Tech. Drivers, we have not seen it yet, so once again, I'm going to put the word out there. Boostin' Photography, our buddy Andrew, has put up a bonus. Whoever the first driver is in a clocks on category to clock a perfect trip zip reaction time will get a bonus from him. So thanks to Boostin' Photography. Nobody has claimed it yet, though. No one has a perfect trip zip reaction time. So we'll see if we can get somebody to do it. Into our heavyweight category, 4,200-pound minimum with a 200-pound maximum ballast. Right now, that category currently being led by Colby Davis. Colby with the Hellcat Charger, the world's quickest, who already had the record at 7:35, reset it last night to a 7:27. Looks like he is going to skip this session and go in as number one qualifier. Frank Stapleton and Colby Glegg will get us started here. Glegg in the Challenger left side. Stapleton on the right in the 67 C10 pickup truck. Trucks qualified number 6. Mopar qualified number 8. Both of them hooked up good. Frank looking to better a 9:45. Can he do it here? He will not. He gets out of the gas early. 10:05 at 123 for Colby Clegg. That moves him up to the number 7 spot, just outside the single digits. And here comes our next one, a pair of caddies out of the Vengeance Racing Camp. Derek Downing and Misty Moen. Moen on the right, your two-door caddy out of Georgia, your number 2 qualifier at 9:09. Left side, Derek Downing, also out of Georgia. 2009 Cadillac, the 4-door variety, your number 3 qualifier at 9:22. Both of them have shown 8-second capability. They just haven't gotten there on this qualifying shit. So we're going to see if they can get into the 8s here on the final session. Misty Moen right side, Derek Downing left side. Both of them hooked up good. Derek Downing and Misty Moen right together. To the top end they go. And 8 seconds up there. 8:75 right side, 8:97 left side. Misty stays number 2. Derek stays number 3, and both improved by over a quarter of a second. All right, here comes our final pair in the final session of heavyweights. Sharon Klossner and Alan Whitaker. This is his high school car, a 1972 model Monte Carlo. He's on the right-hand side, getting a little bit of help from HCR Innovations, Devin Vanderhoof. This car has been in the bottom 7s at over 190 miles an hour in drag and drive competition. Not here this weekend, but we'll see if Alan's got the tune-up right. Left side, Sharon out of North Carolina, the purple caddy. 2 drag and drive regulars going to the starting line right here. Alan is in, Sharon's in, and Alan immediately lights the tires up. He pedals it. May run it out the back door anyway. He does. 9:04 at 178 for Whitaker. And Sharon spins the tires as well with a 216 60-foot. She will not improve on her 929, but the 904 takes Allen up to the number 4 spot and bumps Sharon down 1 spot. So Whitaker not what he wanted, but it'll get him into the top half of the field. That brings up our final car in this class. This is Donald Keller. Keller in the 2015 model Hellcat left side out of North Charleston, South Carolina. He's currently qualified with a 15-second pass on the bump. He's in the number 9 spot. He would like to move up here. All right, to all of my classes that are on a ladder, so that would be all classes minus the no time classes. Your final qualifiers and your ladder sheets are available at the front of the VIP section right behind the burnout box on the tower side of the racetrack. And there is a posted board there right next to where the entrance to the VIP is, and you can check it out there. Keller in the pre-stage beam. Now rolls in and is ready. Sounds like he might have left it in second gear to keep it hooked up, and it worked. To the top end for Keller. He will improve on his 15.11. 10:51 at 1:30. That will move him up into the number 8 spot. And it will wrap up our final qualifier for the nitrous outlet and flow supply heavyweights class and get us into Run What You Brung. This is the Fuel Tech Run What You Brung class. Interesting pair to get us started. Brett LaSalla in Snot Rocket 2.0, the 2012 Mustang, the Grabber green Mustang. On the left-hand side, Devin Charnock out of Graniteville, South Carolina, the 72 Chevy Love pickup truck on the right-hand side. Devin is not currently qualified. And Snot Rocket is in the number 2 spot with a 4:39. See if they put the right to it. Nope, it knocks the tires loose. Devin will get down. 6:41 at 99 miles an hour for the pickup truck. That'll put him on the sheet. Brad will stay in the number 2 spot. Devin Vanderhoof is in number 1 with Josh Davis, and looks like that will probably stay where it is. I believe number 1 and number 2 will probably not move. Zach Myers and Charles Stefanski. No, you're not seeing double. This is Snot Rocket 1.0. Well, technically it's 1.5. This is Brett LaSalla's first car. Got it into the 690 range and decided he didn't want to cut it up. So he sold it. Zach Myers picked it up about 2.5 years ago. And Brett built the new car that you just saw, a much lighter version of Snot Rocket. So Zach Myers out of Orlando, 2013 model in the same green color. He's currently qualified number 3 at 486, right behind Brett LaSalla. Chuck Stefanski, the Zumi-equipped 1981 Pontiac Le Mans station wagon out of Big 3 Racing right side. They can hear this guy 3 counties over. Chuck up. Zach on a good run. Goes 481 at 149, so Zach Myers improves. He'll stay in the number 3 spot, but that's his best run of the weekend in the heat. He goes from 486 to 481 at 149, so Zach Myers still continuing to improve. He'll go into round number 1 with a confidence level pretty solid between a 486 and a 481 on back-to-back runs. That's pretty good. So Zach Myers is ready for round number 1. This is Anthony Harville and Tracy Holtzclaw next. Interesting pair on the starting line. Anthony Harville on the LTD station wagon right side out of North Carolina. Tracy Holtzclaw left side, the South Carolina-based Chevy Caprice ex-police pursuit vehicle. And the cop car spins the tires. Harville to the finish line. Goes 584 at 120. And Tracy Holtzclaw won't improve on the 554. All right, here comes, I believe, your final pair, and then we have one in the water box. The nitrous-fed, wheel-standing 1966 Chevy Nova of Graham Hayes left side, La Crosse, Virginia-based Chevy 2 Nova. Currently qualified the number 9 spot at 576 because he keeps wheel-standing and has to lift out of it. Carlos Diaz, the South Carolina-based Corolla wagon. This is back when a compact car actually meant compact, meaning you could probably stack 2 of them in one spot. Diaz qualified number 8 at 5:59. So the wagon, a 5:59, that's like a mid 8-second pass in the 8th mile, is the number 8 qualifier out of 11 cars. Both of them in. And both of them spin the tires. The Corolla goes right over the right-hand side. And Hayes goes 686 and a lot of smoke out of the top of it. So Hayes will not improve, stays number 9. Diaz stays number 8, and we are on hold for just a minute while we wait for the top end to call on that smoke. So Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis, your number 1 qualifier, currently sitting in the water box. So this is your number 1 qualifier and his second quickest pass ever in this car. The only other one was in testing. Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis wheeling the Big Earl. 93 Mustang convertible, big block Chevy with twin 98mm HPT turbos. Out of HCR Innovations, 410 with a 4 at 184 for the Mustang. And it has gone 409 in testing, so to run 410 on a track that has lots of traffic on it in not near perfect conditions is saying something. They said there's a lot left in this car, and they are just starting to find it. Devin made the tune-up correct, but the car knocks the tires loose at the 300-foot mark. 1-2-0 60-foot time and coasts to a 491. And that will not improve on his previous 410. He'll stay number 1. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. My no-time overdrive shootout and my no-time all-steel, all-glass class. Listen up, please. No-time overdrive shootout. No-time all-steel, all-glass classes. Listen up, please. We need drivers only, no cars. Drivers only, no cars. To the rear of the lanes for chip draw for round number 1, please. Once again, no time, all steel, all glass. No time, overdrive shootout. I need you both. Drivers only, no cars. Drivers only, no cars to the rear of the staging lanes to be paired up for round number 1. We're going to do chip draw. All right, so it looks like we have our golf cart best of 3 shootout final coming shortly. They ran their first one yesterday. We will run their second one here today. It's a best 2 out of 3. Once again, I need no time, all steel, all glass, and no time overdrive. Drivers only, no cars. No time, all steel, all glass, and no time overdrive shootout. Drivers only, no cars. To the rear of the staging lanes for chip draw, please. We are also going to send our final qualifying sheets and ladders downstairs to be posted. That'll be at the front of the VIP section. So when you find the front gate to VIP, which is on the tower side just behind the burnout box, that is where our qualifying sheets and final ladders are posted. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First round of eliminations, I will take the no time overdrive shootout class to be paired up, please. No time overdrive shootout class for first round eliminations to the lanes, please. I will also take all motor for round number 1 to the lanes, please, for your first round of eliminations. All motor. I need you for the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Also need stick shift for eliminations round number 1 to the lanes, please. So I need the first 3 classes, no time overdrive shootout, all motor, and stick shift. I need those 3 classes to the lanes to be paired up for round number 1. Again, you will be paired on a ladder. So make sure you see Morgan at the rear of the lanes, and she will get you paired up. Ladies and gentlemen, about probably 15 minutes away from National Anthem and getting ready for round number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so once again, the no time Overdrive shootout. This was supposed to be one of our classes run on Thursday, but because Mother Nature did not want to get with the program, we have pushed it into overtime. They are now here on Saturday. So a 16-car class for that. All right, so here comes our first class. Again, the No Time Overdrive Shootout class. It is being brought to us by Fisherbuilt. Now, this is a no time class on the quarter mile. I will not have data to share with you, just the win light via the no time. Once again, we are live on YouTube on the Drag Racer TV account. Make sure you jump on over and check out the live stream. Big thanks to Warren Evans and all his hard work to get us here. First pair, ready to go. So Timothy Blythe and Sumit Royale. One of them is kind of big and a little bit loud, and the other one is small and quiet. Small and quiet, kind of like me. Tim Blythe, right-hand side. The 64 Triumph Spitfire, the twin turbocharged LS swap, right-hand side for the husband and wife operation. Sumit Goyal out of Suwannee. Had to get it up there. Georgia, 2016 model Challenger, left side. This is a heads up. Hellcat out first. Now Blythe digging in. Win light will go to Blythe on the right-hand side. The little 64 Spitfire will go to the next round. So Blythe gets the win light here in our first pair. Next pair, Mallory Dominguez against Rob Little. This is the quickest 10-speed overdrive Mustang in the country. 762 about a month ago in private testing. He will line up here with Mallory Dominguez, a fellow Floridian on the right-hand side, so a good old-fashioned Mustang versus Camaro battle. Dominguez right side in the ZL1. Little on the left side with the Whipple supercharged Coyote swapped Cobra. Rob Little in complete control of this one. There is a semi-gap at the finish line. Win light Little. He will go to round number 2. Our next pair, Jared Ingram. Actually, I think we moved around on one pair. Yes, this is Jeremy Wright and Jason Levia. White in the Silverado left side. That's how Adam Dory says it, so I can't say it any other way because otherwise he would abuse me. He says it's for my own good. Jason Levia on the right side, the Z01 Camaro. So a pair of Chevys on the starting line. The truck having problems. Levia getting close to that center line. We'll stay away from it and pick up the victory. So Levia, despite the tire spin, will pick up the win in the ZL1. White has problems in the pickup truck. That'll bring us to another Chevy versus Ford battle. The Corvette on the one side, the Mustang on the other. Jared Ingram and Derek the floor. The floor in the Mustang, Ingram in the Corvette. The Mustang out in front, the Corvette trying to reel him in, but will not do it. Win light goes to the floor. That brings up another Ford versus Chevy battle, this time the S10 left-hand side, the Mustang right-hand side. Zachary Patterson out of North Carolina, the 2017 S550 chassis Mustang, and Justin New on the opposite side, Georgia-based 2017 model S10. So again, in the no time format, just get the win light however you can by staying in your lane. And they leave the line together. The Mustang starting to pull ahead. Patterson out in front and will stay there for the W. So Patterson takes another Mustang to the next round. So far, 1 Chevy, 3 Mustangs, and a Triumph Spitfire. Moving on. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for all motor and stick shift. We are missing 3 cars each. Final call for all motor and stick shift. I am missing 3 cars in each. Abhishek Bose in the Hellcat Charger left side. And the Mustang losing the hook on the right-hand side. That's Jim Roberts. Roberts will watch as Rose drives out of his life, and Bose will get the win, moving the Mopar to the next round. Once again, I am missing 3 in my all-motor category, 3 in my stick shift category. I need you now. We have 9 cars that qualified in all motor. I have 6. We have 15 cars that qualified in the stick shift category. I have 12. I'll bring up a Darius Faust and Sharon Klossner. It's an all GM battle. 1978 model Camaro left side, 2012 model Caddy right side. Sharon, a regular on the Street and Yeet, as well as Sick Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. The purple Caddy on the right side. And a Darius Faust, a new car that showed up this morning, the 1978 model Camaro left side. Spinning the tires, and Sharon is going to extend this lead and work her way into round number 2 with a victory. Once again, final call for all motor, final call for stick shift. Final call for all motor, final call stick shift. I need you now, please. Final call all motor, final call stick shift. Spins the tires, and Bobby will get out of the gas and save the parts and pieces. The Mustang will go to the next round, left-hand side. That should bring up, yes, Tanner Walker. He is on the bye run with an odd number of cars for round number 1. We have 3. Got to have a green Mustangs, and Tanner will be the first one to advance to round 2. We'll have to see how Zach Myers and Brett LaSala will do it. All right, I am still missing 2 cars in stick shift. 2 cars in stick shift. I need you now, please. Spinning the tires. That's okay. He's got the win light already. He drew the odd number chip for round number 1 to get the single. So that'll wrap up round number 1 in the Overdrive shootout brought to us by Fisher-Built. That is a Thursday carryover class. We will now get into round number 1 of our Saturday classes. This is the all-motor class brought to us by Big Daddy's Auto Repair and Auto Service. We have 9 cars scheduled for this class. It looks like I currently have either 7 or 8. 1 car might be missing. Actually, it looks like we have all 8 cars for round number 1 of the all-motor class. All right, here comes your all-motor class, brought to us by Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair. The first pair out is going to include your number 1 qualifier. So this is for the chance to go to the semis. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily driver, round number 1. I need you to the rear of the lanes to be paired up, please. Daily driver, brought to us by Race Ready Shade. I need you to the rear of the lanes to be paired up, please. Daily driver, round number 1. I need you now, please. Chris McNeely and John Newmark get us started here in all motor. This is the fuel and air only class. No superchargers, no turbos, no nitrous, no need. John Newmar with the F-150, your number 8 qualifier in the 1228 pickup truck. Chris McNeely, your number 1 qualifier in the shootout. Has a big advantage based on qualifying, and he looks like he's going to stretch this one out and make it to the semifinals. 9:09 is what he qualified with. He goes 9:13 at 1:44, so McNeely going to the next round very easily. That'll bring us to our next pair, Logan Perry and Tony Haynes. Hayes out of La Crosse, Virginia, 1966 model Nova, right side. And Logan Perry, the South Carolina-based 2011 Camaro left side. So your number 2 qualifier right-hand side on a 913. Your number 7 qualifier left side on an 1166. Huge underdog left side. Favorite car right side. Shot off the starting line because Tony knows he's going to have him covered up by half track and does so. Tony to the finish line. Goes 920 at 140. He'll get the win light there. That'll move Tony on to the semifinals. Your number 3 and number 6 qualifier coming up next, Dave Hintenmeyer and Harold Slayton. Slayton out of South Carolina, the 2002 Green Mustang left-hand side. Your number 6 qualifier at 1062. He'll face Dave Hintenmeyer. Hintenmeyer out of Pennsylvania, 2014 Corvette on the right side. Number 3 qualifier at 972, so about 9/10 of a second separate the two. Corvette is your favorite car. Easy off the starting line, doesn't want a red light, and he will immediately get a multi-car length lead over the Mustang that he will not relinquish. Win light Hintenmeyer. 991 at 138, 1059 at 123. Harold's best run of the weekend, but it's not enough as the Corvette will move on. That'll bring up our final pair here. Steve Balcom and Bobby Atmeyer. Atmeyer, a 2-time Street Meet winner in the 2005 GTO out of South Carolina. Left side, your number 5 qualifier at 1029. Right side, Steve Balcom in the drop top Camaro at 980. Huge hole shot left-hand side for Bobby Atmeyer. Can he hang on? Win light. Goes to the GTO, a huge hole shot, 1034, taking out the 10 flat by 200ths of a second. Bobby Atmeyer got the hole shot. Steve Balcom figured he had him covered up and let him go first. Win light by 200ths, about a foot. Goes to the GTO in a huge hole shot. So Bobby Atmeyer will go to the next round from the bottom side of the qualifying sheet. Number 5 qualifier upsets number 4. Wow, that is why we don't race on paper, ladies and gentlemen. So the all-motor class wrapped up for round number 1. That'll move us to the stick shift class. Once again, I have called Daily Driver. Daily Driver, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Daily Driver. Daily Driver for round number 1. Brought to us by Race Ready Shade. I need you to the lanes, please, to be paired up, please. And then stick shift is at the ready. 15 cars qualified in the stick shift class. That means there's a round 1 single, and it goes to this man right here, Heath Maxwell, the new owner and driver of Real Teal, the 93 Cobra. Will he make a full pull? Because, again, lane choice is determined going forward by the best reaction time, or by the best elapsed time. Your number 1 qualifier, Maxwell, the nitrous-fed push rod Ford on the right-hand side. An 8:14 at 161 is what he ran in qualifying to qualify number 1. So again, he is on a single here. The H-pattern stick shift class, brought to us by Race Ready Shade. All he has to do is just roll it into the stage beam and take the tree. He'll go to round number 2 on that, but again, the low ET of the previous round gets lane choice. And in a class so carefully balanced like stick shift, Heath may make a full pull here. He did the burnout, and he's bleeding the nitrous down, so it leads me to believe he's going to try and at least make a partial run. Maxwell, right side, out of Alabama. All he's racing is the clock here. And some tire spin right off the starting line, so the crew may have been trying something and decided they didn't like it. So Maxwell will go to the next round on a 12:09 at 126. Our next pair, Daniel Lockett and Tua Vang. Vang left side in the Evo. Lockett right side in the 240. They are qualified about 2/10 away from each other in one qualifying spot. Higher qualified car left side, underdog right side. Right side gets the big hole shot. Now Vang's got a battle to get around him in the Evo. He's using up all of his lane to the finish line. Vang get it done. 9:24 at 152, his best run of the weekend so far. And 9:77, also Daniel Lockett's best run of the weekend, but it's not good enough. Vang in the Evo will go to the next round, where he will face Maxwell in Real Teal. That's his reward. This should be Ryan Portier and Matt Stover, but Stover in the Civic is here. Portier in the Corvette is missing, so your number 2 qualifier will get a single shot from Portier being broke to move on to round number 2. Sounds like he is going to try to make a hit, too. Or maybe not. So we'll see what he runs, but more than likely it will give up lane choice. Yeah, 22nd and 5300ths to be exact. It's a win, but more than likely Stover giving up lane choice for round number 2. Here comes your next pair. Jesse Costa and Justin Sullivan. Pair of Mustangs. Costa right side, the Georgia-based 92 Fox. Justin Sullivan left side, the 03 SVT Cobra. Your lower qualified car right side on a 967 to 999 difference. Left side gets the huge hole shot. Sullivan, your underdog, out in front. Can he hang on? Win light will swing left side on the hole shot. 988 beats the quicker 974 by about 1 car length, 0.12 of a second. Sullivan takes the hole shot victory, and he will move on to face the number 2 qualifier with lane choice. Elijah Nichols and Tony Tizalis next. Tizanis comes out of Clinton Township, Michigan. The 2015 Camaro left side. He qualified in the number 14 spot at 1084. Elijah Nichols, the 2011 Corvette Z06 on the right-hand side. Still sitting in the water box. And it looks like they may have seen something. Yes, they're going to do a little bit of right lane touch-up before the burnout for Elijah Nichols. Once again, I need my next class, please. Daily Driver, I am looking for you. I need you to the lanes, please. Daily Driver, looking for you. I need you now, please. Daily Driver, round number 1. I need you now, please. So the orange 2011 Corvette Z06 out of Hickory, North Carolina, your number 3 qualifier right-hand side, the turbocharged ride, 845 at a booming 175 miles an hour. That is Elijah Nichols. So Nichols right side, the huge underdog of Tony's Camaro left side. Right side is better by over 2 seconds in qualifying. And when the best car leaves first, that is not a good sign. Nichols is easily going to get this one. 11:04 at 132. Granny shifting at 11:42, 129, and Tony falls behind and will not get there. Nichols to the next round. So the Supra on the right-hand side. Jared Ward, your number 4 qualifier, comes out of the burnout box and a lot of fluid coming out from underneath it. Don't know what it is yet. I have not heard. But either way, it is not water, so they have shut him down. So the number 4 qualifier going out due to breakage, and Tony Rosema, your number 13 qualifier, gets the break of the round. He will get a single to round number 2. The guy that qualified at 1083 was supposed to be facing a 940 car, and Rosema will get a single here. 1089 for Rosema. So this should be Thomas West against Brian Segrist. Segrist out of Waynesboro, Georgia, the 94 Civic is here. Thomas West, last year's runner-up out of Tennessee, is not here. Having a trouble-filled weekend, he packed it up early, so Segrist, your number 5 qualifier, will move on. 994 at 137. Once again, I'm looking for daily driver lanes 5 and 6, please. Daily driver, I've got about half of you. I need the rest. Daily driver, your final call to the lanes. I need you now, please. That should leave us with a pair left in the stick shift class. We have 1 pair remaining, and they are at the front of the staging lanes. As soon as we get them ready to go. Once again, I am still missing about half of my daily driver class. Daily driver, I need you now, please. All right, so getting both cars suited up for our final pair in the stick shift class, brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. And then it looks like we are getting the rest of our daily driver class filled in. It looks like I am still missing, well, hang on one second. Looks like I am still missing little less than half. Should have 21 cars, and it looks like I am still missing about 8 of them. This is your final pair in round number 1 of stick shift. We started with 15. We will end up with 8. All right, attention in the pits, car number 504, car 504. Stevens. So Brian Morris and Marty Baulenfly will get us finished here in stick. The Corvette of Morris right side, Mustang left side. The better qualified car is left side, but the Corvette got the whole shot, and he is out in front to stay. He will not get tracked down. Marty tries and goes 1068 at a booming 159 miles an hour, but can't get there. Brian Morris gets the job done. The Corvette goes 1059.6 at 139 miles an hour. And that 10:59.6, ironically, will get him lane choice. Would not have thunk that before round number one, but it gets the job done. So that will complete round number one of stick shift, brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we completed the first round of stick shift. We will now move to Daily Driver. Daily Driver will be next. Daily Driver brought to us by Race Ready Shade. We have 21 cars, getting them situated right now. Once again, do not forget to go and visit the official Street Car Braggin Rights booth to grab yourself some fresh merchandise, including their brand new first ever souvenir program. It is a kind of kickback to the old days where you had to know who the players were to be able to follow along. Well, Nate and his gang put it together. It's got a listing of every single class and car, several photos in high-quality color format, making myself sound very old when I say it's in high-quality color format as opposed to black and white. When you would pick up a magazine and there might be two features that were in color and everything else is black and white. And yet again, I'm dating myself here. I need to stop. So go over and grab your official souvenir program from the Street Car Braggin Rights merchandise booth. And while you're over there, you need to get yourself one of their brand new t-shirts, the event t-shirts for this year. As we continue to fill in the rest of our Daily Driver class, one of our largest classes with 21 combatants. Our next class that will come up after that will be Wild Street, that class with 30 drivers in it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take my next class, Wild Street. Wild Street brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racers Club. Wild Street, our biggest class, 30 cars. Wild Street, I need you to the lanes, please, to be paired up for round number 1. All right, here comes your first pair, Robert Powell and Angel Galden, as we get into the daily driver class. Galden right side out of Land O'Lakes, floor to the Camaro. Robert Powell in the Challenger left side. Reaction time to Angel. But the Mopar is running away and hiding. 9:34 at just 1:08 for Robert Powell. Now 11:90 at 1:21 for Angel Galden. It was a valiant effort, but Powell's going to get the win here. Michael Morris and Wesley Ethel next. Ethel in the 2012 Ford Mustang right-hand side out of Georgia. Number 18 qualifier in the 1144 class. Number 5 qualifier left-hand side, Mikel Morris. The Louisiana-based 2013 Caddy qualified at 886, so a big difference here in performance. Left side's your favorite car. Right side is a huge underdog. Caddy gives the Mustang a little bit of hope. And that hope is slowly disappearing. Morris, 10:05 at 154, gets the win as Ethel slows to a 12:98. All right, here comes your next pair, Steve Miller and Bryce Biggers, as opposed to Smallers. Biggers out of South Carolina, 2010 model Camaro right side, your number 21 qualifier. Just got on the sheet, and what's his reward? He faces the number 2 qualifier, Steve Miller. The 2019 ZL1 Camaro left side, mid 8-second ride. Right side, some tire spin, and Miller is gonna make this one a big old gap. You can park a U-Haul with a semi in between the two. 9:07 at 157 for Miller, 11:83 at getting out of the gas early for Biggers, but had no chance. Miller led from start to finish there. Your number 2 qualifier moves on. Douglas Washburn and Jim Perry next. Pair of Chevrolet products, the ZL1 out of Ohio. For Douglas Washburn, your number 7 qualifier, 9:17 left side. A 10:04 for your number 16 qualifier, Jim Perry in the Grand Sport right side. So, based on qualifying, left side is quicker by about, we'll call it, give or take, 87 hundredths. So, Jim Perry right side in the clean Grand Sport is your underdog. It is already evaporated. Washburn, win light, 9:48, 129, 10:05, staying consistent for Jim Perry, but it's not good enough. Washburn gets the win, and the Ohio-based ZL1 to round number next. James Robertson, Jimmy Hill next. Hill in the 2011 Bumblebee-colored Camaro out of South Carolina, your number 14 qualifier, 994 right side. The Mustang of James Roberts' left side, number 9 qualifier at 925. 928 left side, spins the tires at the Pedal Fest. The Camaro back in front. Now the Mustang, can he catch him? Can he run him down? No, he can't. 10-10, beating the 10-48. James Roberts, the lower qualified car with more speed at the top end, but not good enough. The Bumblebee car will go to round number 2. So this should be Mallory Dominguez in the 2018 Camaro ZL1 against Robert Rooker. Both of them double entered, and Rooker, the South Carolina car on the left, and Mallory Dominguez finishing the burnout in the Camaro on the right. So Dominguez apparently might be broke. They're backing him up. So yes, Dominguez braking. That will give the number 13 qualifier an opponent broke single. So Robert Rooker will move on. A 14:21 as Rooker will coast to the finish line, but he gets the win light. Billy Franklin and Robert Stevens, but Stevens in the Demon, the yellow Demon out of Georgia. The number 17 qualifier is missing, so Billy Franklin, the Georgia-based Shelby, will get a single here. Your number 6 qualifier at 9:03 at 152 will get a single shot to round 2. Once again, I need Wild Street to the lanes, please. Wild Street, I need you to the lanes, please. Wild Street drivers, you do not need to get suited up. We will do some track prep before we get into you. So once we complete daily driver, we will do some track touch-up, and then we will suit you up. And it also looks like, speaking of which, we have the red lights on. We are checking the top end of the racetrack. So we'll be on hold here for just a minute. All right, so the top end of the racetrack is clear. We will roll the Mustang up for the single. Again, Billy Franklin having the single, all he needs to do is just break the beams and get the green light. He can make a full pass if he wants. He's going to go to the car with the lower elapsed time from the previous round. So Franklin is going to make a full pull here and goes 9:21 and 154, a couple tenths off what he ran earlier, but not a bad lap nonetheless. We'll get him to the next round. That'll bring up our next single again. Because we are on a ladder, we do have some cars that confirmed broke. We do have a competition single at 21 cars and then 2 cars that did not show. All right, so what should be our next pair, this should be Michael England, a former winner here at Street Car Braggin Rights, and Jonathan Chanis, but England is missing. He was not running his normal 9-second Charger here this weekend. He was actually behind the wheel of the SUV. Lasted a few rounds during the streetcar shootout class yesterday. So Jonathan Chanis, your number 4 qualifier with an 884 at 155 out of the ZR1 Corvette, will get a single here. Timothy Singleton should have been facing Trisha Tucci in that pair of all Cadillacs, but Tucci missing. So Singleton gets a bye, goes 9:21, matching his qualified time within 8 thousandths of a second at 1:49. So that will move Singleton to the next round. That'll bring up the F-150 of Guy Sumero. Your number 12 qualifier should be facing Jeff Corley, who unfortunately broke. So the number 11 qualifier was broke, so Sumero gets a opponent broke single. Number 12 qualifier will move on. Qualified with a 953 and goes 993 here at 143 miles an hour. That'll move the pickup truck on to the next round. This is your legal buy run. Justin Spence, the number 1 qualifier, and with an odd number of cars, gets the first available buy. So the 2017 Mustang out of Virginia, qualified at 832 at 163. The question is will he make a full pull? He knows he has an opponent next round. He needs to run better than 993 for lane choice. Sounds like he's going to make it. Well, maybe not. Made it to about the 300-foot mark and nosed over. And nosed over hard. A 123 60-foot, and Spence is going to give up lane choice, 1375 for Spence, and he will face Sumerau in the pickup truck next round. And that gives lane choice to the pickup truck. And that'll also wrap up that round of Daily Driver, brought to us by Race Ready Shade. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, my final call for Wild Street. Final call for Wild Street, brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. Final call Wild Street. Final call Wild Street. And I do have some drivers that are missing. Missing car number 327, Wyatt. Car number 612, Misty Moen. Car number 616, Jim Treadle with the Firebird. I believe he might be broke. And car number 611, Bubby Mitchell, who just ran. So those four drivers, we are missing you. We need you now, please. Once again, Mitchell, Treadle, Wyatt, and Moen. Those four cars, I need you to the lanes immediately for Wild Street round number 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take heavyweight for round number 1. Please to the lanes, please. Heavyweight, brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Heavyweight, I need you now, please, for round number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to touch the racetrack up here just a little bit as we get into our biggest class of the weekend other than Street Car Shootout, which was completed yesterday. This is Wild Street. Wild Street is brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. 30 cars qualified. So we will run them all together. First, this is a similar to what you have seen already. First car to the finish line wins. Keep in mind that perfect reaction time bonus from Boostin' Photography is still in play. If you got a trip, zip, perfect reaction time in any class remaining except for a no time class, you will get a special bonus courtesy of Street Car Braggin Rights and Boostin' Photography. So Andrew, thank you so much for throwing that extra carrot in the mix. We will be ready to run Wild Street here momentarily. All right, burnout's being completed as we move into our next class. This is the Wild Street class, brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. 30 cars qualified. We're going to narrow them down by half. Our first pair, it's an all-Ford matchup. Travis Davis and Robert Brigham. Bringing out of Georgia, the 2020 model GT Mustang left side. Number 7 qualifier at 812. He will face your number 22 qualifier, Travis Davis. 867 for the LTD. There is 15 qualifying spots and a half a second difference between the two. But as we've already seen, upsets can happen, and all it takes is a whole shot or some tire spin. Tire spin on both sides, and it's a pedal fest. Mustang in front, win light Mustang. 958 at 144, 971 at 157. A very respectable 052 reaction time for Robert Brigham, and Travis made him work for it. That brings up Rick Trunken and last night's winner, James Story. Story in the Mustang left side. Rick Trunken in the Duster right side. Story poured the coals to it. Now Trunken's got to come back around him. Trunken pulls the chute early and still gets there. Wow, that's almost insulting. Pull the chute early in the dude's face and still get the win. 839 with a chute dumping, 141 miles an hour. Story goes 864 at 109. Probably trying to avoid the parachute. Rick Trunken gets the win. Walter Doyle and Justin New next. New making the laps in the 97 S10. And Walter Doyle, the 66 Chevelle that went deep in eliminations at Street Car Shootout yesterday. Number 15 qualifier right side. Number 30 qualifier left side. Underdog left side. Right side. The S10 is going to make Doyle work for it. Closer than expected, but Doyle in front. Doyle gets the win, 849 over a 923. New qualified with an 1101 and picks up nearly 2 seconds, but not good enough. Walter Doyle gets the win. Here comes our next pair. Little Chevy versus Ford action here. The Z06 of Wade Martin out of Winder, Georgia, left side. Number 26 qualifier, 895. I'm stumbling over an 895 as the number 26 qualifier. He will face Kendall Collins, a gorgeous 1970 vinyl top equipped Maverick. Twin turbo Coyote for power, number 11 qualifier, 832 the number. So your favorite car right side, underdog left side. And when the favorite car leads first, it doesn't work out well if you're the underdog. Collins with a big old gap space. 814 at a lifting 145 miles an hour, 897. Martin stays consistent but is behind by a bus length. Kendall Collins to the next round. This is your number 3 qualifier against your number 18 qualifier, Tony Whetstone out of Tallahassee, Florida. An old school 1988 Mustang GT drop top. A spring brake shootout competitor for more years than I have fingers and toes right hand side, and clocked his first 7-second run with the Power Glide transmission right hand side for the turbocharged Mustang. He will face Louis Acopetti, the Bradenton, Florida-based LS-swapped Buick. 861 for the number 18 spot. Lewis gets the whole shot. Tony's got to work hard to come around him, and it hasn't happened yet. Top end says Tony. 819 beating the 840 by about a 1/10 of a second. That was a good drag race. Lewis whole shotted him by a 1/10 of a second, and Tony had to work hard to come around him, and he gets the job done. Now an all-Ford battle, Tanner Walker and Wayne Willoughby. Walker pulling double duty here in the 2013 Gotta Have It green Mustang right side out of South Carolina. He qualified in the number 29 spot at 10:29. The car has shown plenty more than that. He faces the number 14 qualifier, Wayne Willoughby out of Villarica, Georgia. Another Mustang with a Coyote turbocharged power plant left side. And the lower qualified car spins the tires. Wayne Willoughby watching his chances to move to round 2 disappear. 9:21 at 1:12 for Tanner Walker, the number 29 qualifier, will move on to the next round. And he keeps his hopes alive in 2 different classes, as he is also running in the Overdrive class. Sean Boothby and Ryan Weger next. Ryan Weger, Sean Boothby up next. Boothby in the Camaro left side. Boothby in the Camaro right side. Number 12 qualifier in trouble. The number 27 car out in front. Win, light, Sean. 9:13 at 1:47, taking out the 8-second car. Ryan spun the tires, and a 246 60-foot will not get the job done. Your number 27 qualifier moves on. Jason Levia and Chuck Greer next. A couple of Chevrolet products on the starting line. The Z01 out of Canton, Georgia for Levia left side. Your number 20 qualifier, 10:11 at 168, showing a lot of speed, and it looks like might have some problems. Not sure yet. I'm waiting to see what's going on. They have a bunch of people around the car. Don't know if they've given him the signal to shut it off yet. The Corvette is waiting patiently. Chuck Greer out of Ackworth, Georgia. The 06 Z06 right side, and the Camaro backing up, and it looks like a lot of fluid, so they're going to say opponent broke by run. Chuck Greer will get a single here. So an unfortunate break there for Levy in the number 28 qualifier. Not getting a chance to stage. The car has problems, so the Corvette will get a single here. And Greer dialed it back just a little bit. He wanted to make sure he could make it down the racetrack. Will he run it out the back for lane choice? He will. 844, 165 and change. So Greer will go to the next round. And a tough break there for Levy, as he obviously wanted to be able to stage up and have a chance, but the car puked out some kind of fluid. So we're going to have to clean up that left-hand side for a minute, get everything ready to go for the next pair. All right, so it looks like we are down to one pair remaining, and then 5 broke singles. And we are starting to push our heavyweight class, heavyweight, for round number 1, being brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Run what you brung, we will call you next. Run what you brung, we will call you next. We're not quite ready for you yet, but we will call you next. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Run what you brung. Run what you brung, brought to us by Fuel Tech. Round number 1, I need you now. Run what you brung. Run what you brung, round number 1. Anthony Cook, Parker Jones, and all Mustang battle. Both of them spin the tires. It's now a pedal fest. Left side gets a hold of the track better. Your number 5 qualifier out in front. And 9:15 at 1:59 for Parker Jones. So the Florida-based 2016 Mustang will get the win, and he will stay alive to round number 2. Once again, run what you brung. Fuel Tech, run what you brung. Lanes 5 and 6 for round 1, please. Run what you brung. Run what you brung. Round number 1, lanes 5 and 6, please. This should be Justin Wyatt and Josh Osteen. Osteen out of South Carolina. The Trans Am is here. Wyatt is missing. So Osteen will get a single here. Your number 9 qualifier in the Aiken, South Carolina-based Trans Am. Has it wicked up solidly, 1-3-0 to the 60-foot. And is making a lick to the 8th mile, and then he shuts it off. 9:03 with a 2 at 1:08. He qualified with an 8:24, so he's going to save the parts and pieces and be ready for round number 2. That'll bring up Miss Letitia Hughes, the Trans Tech, whatever it takes transmission parts, Ray Bestis, Steeda, and Whipple Supercharged. 2018 model Mustang. I hopefully got them all. Letitia should be facing the gorgeous 67 Firebird of Jim Treadle out of Pennsylvania, but Jim had problems early in qualifying and broke the engine from what we were told. So Letitia, your number 19 qualifier, gets a bye here. A huge upset for the number 4 qualifier to be on the sidelines, but Letitia will take the luck however she can get it, and she'll go to round number 2. She's in 3rd and rolling 862, 151 for Letitia. That'll get her to the next round. All right, this should be Dustin Trance and Michael Chambly. Justin Trance, who normally we call Mr. 850. Issues. So the Jupiter, Florida relocated to South Carolina Mustang was a no-show, so Chambly spun the tires off the starting line and gets away with one here. He'll go to the next round, but kind of with a question mark in his head, he has to figure out what to do with the tune-up. 1296 gets the win. Once again, all classes are on a ladder, so drivers, please meet Morgan at the rear of the lanes to be paired up. This should be Robbie Harper and Derek Downing. Downing in the Cadillac did not come back around in time for this one. And he'll run a 22-second time slip, most likely giving up lane choice. That brings up the clean 1997 Supra of Alex Duff. Bubby Mitchell, who is also double entered, not able to make the call back around, so Duff will get the single shot here in a clean 97 Supra that qualified at 819 at 162. Final call for heavyweight. Final call for heavyweight. Looks like I have everybody that I should have in the lanes here. Final call for heavyweight. 1071 at 163. Alex out the back door, so trying to get lane choice after spinning the tires, and does not look like it's going to work there. That should bring us, yes, John Edwards, and should be facing Misty Moe, and Misty is also double entered, so cannot come back around in time. So John Edwards gets the automatic shot here. The time run to round number 2. And this will be our final car in Wild Street for round number 1. Once again, Wild Street brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racers Club. I've called Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung brought to us by Fuel Tech. To the lanes, please. Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung brought to us by Fuel Tech. And John Edwards also spinning the tires. He's going to leg it out the back door. 10:44 at a booming 171 miles an hour, but unfortunately lost valuable ET at the first 60 feet. That'll wrap up Wild Street. It'll bring us to the heavyweight class, the 4,200-pound minimum class. Once again, Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung. I need you to the lanes, please. Brought to us by Fuel Tech. Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung. Brought to us by Fuel Tech. I need you to the lanes, please. I have 3 cars out of 10. I need the other 7, please. Run What You Brung. Run What You Brung. I need you to the lanes, please. All right, so a little bit of track prep going on right now before we get ready to go into our final 2 classes of round number 1. The heavyweight class, brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply, will be followed by Run What You Brung, brought to us by Fuel Tech. That'll wrap up round number 1 with the exception of the all-steel, all-glass no-time category. There are only 6 cars in that class, so we move them directly into round number 2 session, as they only have 3 rounds to complete. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need no time overdrive shootout. No time overdrive shootout. Round number 2 to the lanes be paired up, please. No time overdrive shootout. No time overdrive shootout. Brought to us by Fisher Built. Round number 2, I need you to the rear of the lanes to be paired up, please. I also need round number 1 of no time all steel, all glass. Brought to us by Straight Line Media. No time all steel, all glass. Brought to us by Straight Line Media. To the lanes, please. All right, while we touch up the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen, and get our final 2 classes for round number 1 prepared, and we get into round number 2, as well as our next round of the no-time classes. If you would like to grab yourself something good to eat or drink from the concession stand, now's the time to do that. All right, so our heavyweight class being brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Coming up next here, a Cadillac versus Mopar battle. Sharon Klossner right side, Donald Keller left side. Better qualified car right side, and this one is close. We might see an upset here. The Mopar gets the win, 9:18, as Sharon has problems and slows to an 11:23. So Derek Downing next on the Cadillac right side. Should be facing Ron Wise, your number 10 qualifier. And Downing and the crew look like they've got this thing figured out. He struggle busted all through qualifying, now 872 at 140. So this should be Misty Moen and Richard Ingram. Ingram showed, Misty Moen is missing. So Ingram gets the win here, but it looks like we're going to check on the top end of the racetrack. And Ingram is coming back on the return road, so he is okay. They just may have gotten a report of seeing something come off the car at the top end. So we're going to double check. And we should be back underway here in just a minute. So once again, my no time all steel, all glass, and no time overdrive shootout class. I need you back for round number 2 on overdrive, round number 1 on all steel, all glass. So this is Colby Davis, your number 1 qualifier. Davis, who reset his own record for the quickest Charger Hellcat on the planet. 7:35 is what it was coming in. He reset it at 7:27. It looks like he's going to save the parts and pieces. That's okay, but he's going to sacrifice lane choice in round number 2 because of it. That's okay. Davis will move to the next round with an 1861. So this should be our final car out of heavyweight. This is Alan Whitaker. He should be facing David Rogers. Rogers is not here, so Whitaker in a gorgeous 1972 Monte Carlo. Now, yes, I am biased, and yes, it is green. But again, it's a car he's had since high school. Recently went through and completely revamped it, as well as the good folks at HCR Innovations, one of our sponsors. Devin Vanderhoof doing the tuning on this car, backing him up into the track he wants him in. The car has run 718 at 192, which for a 4,200-pound plus car is getting with the program. It still has a full factory interior in it, including the tilt steering wheel, the original bucket seats, and power windows. All right, attention in the golf cart and car show area. The golf cart and car show area. You need to have the vehicle in place and be present for your awards to be accepted. So we need vehicle and person in place to accept the award. So Whitaker gets a single here. Sounds like he's going to wick it up and give it a try. Early, 137.60 foot. He's going to run it out the back door. 757 with a 7 at 189 for Whitaker. With both chutes out to get it stopped in time, and that is the quickest and fastest run of round number 1. And we'll move him up against the caddy of Derek Downing for round number 2. And that 2-ton behemoth takes everything to get stopped. So that'll wrap up round number 1 in the heavyweight class, brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. That'll move us to Run What You Brung. So this is the Devin Vanderhoof-owned Josh Davis wheeled Mustang. Had a chance to talk to Devin Vanderhoof earlier today, and this car, which literally set the world on fire last year by lowering the 235, that is a 26-inch tall, 8.5-inch wide drag radial, to an 460 at 166 miles an hour in the 8th mile. To that point, the quickest almost anybody had run in drag and drive competition was in the 490s. Since then, Devin has put the 275 tires on it. He calls those the medium tires. And the car has run in the 670 range last year in competition. They have made some changes to it, gone from one single to turbos, to twin turbos. And the car has shown in the 630 to 640 capacity. Your number 1 qualifier with a 410 and a 116.60 foot, and the car knocks the tires loose just a little bit about the 300 foot mark. 5 flat at 125 for Vanderhoof and Davis. We'll get him to round 2. That brings up our next pairing. And this one is a little bit lopsided. Devin Charnock and Brett LaSala. Charnock in the Graniteville, South Carolina Chevy Love Truck right side. Qualified at 6:41. He will race Brett LaSala. The Snot Rocket 2012 twin turbo Coyote powered Mustang. 4:39 was his best run. So there's about 2 seconds between them. So favorite car left side. LaSala dials it back just enough. He's going to easily get this one. 4:49 at 177 for LaSala, easily getting the job done. So he'll move to the next round of competition. 6:40, staying consistent for Devin, but he had a front row seat for that one as they dialed back Snot Rocket just enough to get him there. Left-hand side. Harville has problems. 486 at 150. So Zach Myers will get the round one victory. So Zach Myers, 486, staying very consistent in Snot Rocket 1.5, the revamped original OG Snot Rocket. So he will go to round number 2. And Harville had some problems, and it looks like there may have been some fluid that come out of the car, so we're going to check that side before we go to our next of 2 pairs. And actually, it looks like we also have a single. So Rob Little, the world's quickest 10-speed overdrive in the country, he is going to make a single pass here as his competition, Hayes, is broke and a no-show. And then that will leave 2 pairs remaining to complete round number 1 in the Run What You Brung class. And we'll bring everybody back around for round 2. We have already called the no-time classes to come back. All right, so everything is clear on the racetrack. We are going to get back to action here. So Rob Little being staged in just the right spot on the right side of the racetrack. He will get the single here. Supercharged Mustang. Looks like he's just going to run to about the 200-foot mark and get some data. 652 for Little. That will sacrifice lane choice for the next round, but he has to come back around because he has the no-time overdrive shootout to contend with. That will bring us to our final two pairs in Run What You Brung. Our first pair out, Timothy Blythe and Carlos Diaz. Diaz in the wagon on the left side. He qualified in the number 8 spot at 5:59. 5:16 in the number 5 spot for Timothy Blythe in the Spitfire. So this one is not one-sided by any means. The little Toyota wagon holding his own in qualifying. Blythe's drag and drive Triumph going to try to hang on here, and he spins the tires. The Toyota is going to get the win here, 5:56 to a 6:29. Timothy struck the tires, and that was the end of his chances. Carlos Diaz rolled a Yahtzee and gets the win here. The good news is Ashlyn is no longer sleepy. Chuck Stefanski just woke her up. So Chuck Stefanski, the Big 3 Racing, supercharged, 1981 Pontiac station wagon right side. Fresh off of a sick week outing, he will line up against the former 2011 Cop Car. That's Tracy Holzclaw, your number 7 qualifier at 5:54. Stefanski qualified at 5:52. So Chuck has been having some traction difficulties, so this could be a closer race than we think. And Chuck dialed it back just enough. This is going to be a gap. 5:02 at 1:57. 5:66 at 1:26. Not a bad pass for Tracy, but not good enough. So the 5:02 for Chuck Stefanski comes up 200 shy of lane choice. So Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis, who pedaled to a 5 flat, will get lane choice over Stefanski. Zach Myers will run Rob Little in an all-Mustang battle. And Brett LaSala will face Carlos Diaz. Those are your round 2 pairings and Run What You Brung. We will touch the racetrack up here a little bit and get ready for our next battle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take all motor semifinals, all motor semifinals to the lanes, please. All motor semifinals, all motor semifinals to the lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so a little bit of touch-up going on the racetrack as we reset, and we will bring in round number 1 of the no-time all-steel, all-glass. Now, with that class having a 3-round setup, we skipped round number 1 to give them some time. Wanted to give the track temperature a chance to come down and give them the best chance of getting hooked up here for round number 1. So we are going to go ahead and get ready for this next round of competition. Again, you got a few minutes to grab yourself something good to eat or drink if you would like to do so. All right, burnout's complete for our all-steel, all-glass. Zachary Haney and Pat Bell will get us started. An old-fashioned Mustang Camaro shootout. Again, this is all-steel, all-glass, 8th mile. Win light is all we're going to tell you about. That and who gets to go to the semi. So Pat Bell out of Aiken, South Carolina, left side, 98 model Camaro. Zachary Haney, right side out of Carrollton, Georgia, 2019 Mustang. They're both in and ready. Mustang gets the whole shot. Can Bell get back around him? No, he will not. Mustang gets the win. So Zach Haney getting the whole shot, getting the victory. And again, I would be curious to know what the reaction time is. Unfortunately, I don't have it. So our next pair, Steve Schaefer right side, Austin Pruitt left side. Pruitt made it to the semis last night, made it to about the 200-foot mark, knocked the tires off, but easily got that one done. So Pruitt to his second straight semi in 2 days. So this should be Nicholas Feliciano and Zach Myers, but Myers So that should have been Zach Myers against Nicholas Feliciano. I'm going to assume that Zach Myers is focused on the Run What You Brung class, which is why he did not show up. Now, because of that, Feliciano only needed to break the beam to go to the next round. He does not need to make a full pass in the car and does not need to visit tech. So the Mazda will go to the next round on an opponent no-show. And then Robert Brigham is your odd number single. We had 7 cars for round number 1. So Robert Brigham will get the bye here. And again, he only needs to just take the tree. He can make a full pass if he wants. And it looks like he might actually do a burnout. Let's see here. So Brigham out of Harlem, Georgia, right side, 2019 model Mustang GT, the Coyote with the turbocharger on board. Again, he will get a single here. So if he wants to, he can make a full pole. And unfortunately had it wicked up just a little too much and it spun the tires, but he will go into the semifinals. That will complete round number 1 of all steel, all glass, brought to us on Saturday with the exception of Thursday because of Thursday's weather issues. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. My stick shift class, car number 104, Rosema, and car 410, Nichols. I am missing you in the lanes. I need you now for your pairings, please. Stick shift, I need car number 410, Nichols, and car number 104, Rosema. I have your dancing partners for round number 2, but we're missing you. I need you to the lanes immediately, please. If you are broke and can't make it, we could use you letting us know at the rear of the lanes as well. So this is round 2 of the No Time Overdrive Shootout, brought to us by Fisherbuilt. We started first pair out here, Zachary Patterson and Abhishek Bose. Bose in the Charger on the right-hand side, Patterson in the Mustang left side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Daily Driver for round number 2, please. And Patterson easily going to walk away with this one. As we go to the quarter mile, and the Mustang gets the win left-hand side, so Patterson will move on. Once again, I need Daily Driver for round number 2. Daily Driver, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Daily Driver, round number 2. Daily Driver, round number 2 to the lanes, please. A pair of Mustangs next. Bubba Mitchell and Derek DeFleur. Mitchell spins the tires. So Derek DeFleur, left-hand side, will easily get this one. Win Light, West Virginia's own Derek DeFleur. This is Rob Little and Tanner Walker. Walker, right-hand side, 1 of 3. Got to have it, green Mustangs. 2013 model out of South Carolina. He is double-entered, as is his competition. Rob Little being backed into place by his wife in the right spot she wants him in, who is also double-entered in the Run What You Brung category. The supercharged 2003 Mustang left-hand side, based out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Will face the South Carolina-based Mustang on the right side. They're staged and ready. Both of them walking it off the starting line, and this one is interesting until Little starts to pull away, drops the laundry early, and gets the win. And that will get Little a bye run in the next round based on the odd number of cars in the ladder. That'll bring up Sharon Klossner and Jason Lavia. Lavia out of Canton, Georgia in the Camaro is here. Klossner is missing, so Lavia will get a opponent broke single here. So Jason spinning off the starting line and gets after it, but does not get it done in time for a really good pass, but it'll still get him to the next round. So Timothy Blythe getting the single there in the 64 Triumph Spitfire. So that will officially wrap up round number 2 of the No Time Overdrive shootout. All right, here comes your all-motor semifinal for the chance to go to the money round. Chris McNeely and Bobby Admire. McNeely, your number 1 qualifier left-hand side in the classic Chevy. And Bobby Admire, the 2005 Pontiac GTO. A couple of GM hot rods going to the starting line. Atmeyer, who already upset his way out of round number 1 with a much better reaction time. He's going to need a little bit more help than that on this one, as McNeely's got him by well over a second on the qualifying and round number 1 elapsed time. Can he hang on and Admire knock off the number 1 qualifier, or will Admire fall to McNeely? McNeely spins the tires. He's got to dig to get back around Atmeyer, and it looks like he might get it done. Yes, 981 to a 1032. McNeely was in trouble there until just past the 8th mile. He got back around him, and he will go to the final. That'll bring us to our other semifinal, an all 9-second pairing, Dave Hintmeyer and Tony Hayes. Hayes in the 66 Chevy, 2 Nova left side. Number 2 qualifier, number 3 qualifier for Dave Hintmeyer in the Corvette right side. And your number 3 qualifier qualifier gets caught at the starting line. Hayes in control of this one. Win, light, Hayes, 9:14 at 1:48, and the Chevy 2 will go to the final with lane choice. It'll be number 1 versus number 2 in the final, McNeely versus Hayes, and Hayes will have lane choice in the Chevy 2 Nova. That is the all-motor class. Brought to us by Big Daddy Mobile Auto Service and Repair. They are into a final. That'll move us into stick shift next. Once again, I need Daily Driver to the lanes, please. Daily Driver, I need you to the lanes, please. Daily Driver to the lanes, please. Stick shift, down to 8 cars remaining in round number 2. So our first pair out here in stick shift, the Evo versus the Cobra. Heath Maxwell in the real teal Cobra. Tova Vang in the Mitsubishi Evo, the all-wheel drive on the left-hand side. Can he slay the number 1 qualifier? Not when the number 1 qualifier leaves you tied to the Christmas tree like a stump. Real deal teal gonna get this one done. 8:42 at 1:44. The Evo was making a sandwich and looking for chips and a soft drink. 9:15. Doesn't get the job done there. Attention in the pits. Chloe Elizabeth Lynch, I need you to the tower, please. Chloe Elizabeth Lynch, I need you to the top floor of the tower, please. Next pair, Matt Stover, the number 2 qualifier in the Civic right side. Justin Sullivan, the clean Cobra left side. Number 2 against number 10 qualifier. Number 10 qualifier gets the whole shot, but it is gone. The Honda is out of here. 8:38 at 173 for Stover's entry. Gets the win over the 970. Sullivan's best run of the weekend, but not good enough. Brian Segrist and Tommy Roseman next. Tommy left side, the 240. The Honda of Segrist right side. Segrist off the starting line first. Win line 9:35, 157 for Segrist. Gets the job done. That'll move him to the semifinals. 11:62 for Tony Roseman as he falls off. So this should be Bryant Morris against Elijah Nichols, and Nichols did not make the call for the all-Corvette battle. So Bryant Morris will have to stand alone with the New Balances and the members-only jacket. Oh, wait. So the Corvette left-hand side will get a single here. The South Carolina-based 2003 Z06, your number 11 qualifier. We'll move on as the number 3 qualifier did not show. 996. At 139. Yep, he is staying consistent on shifting that car. He's got himself a big task in front of him. The number 2 qualifier Honda will be next. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. On Daily Driver, I am missing car number 019, the white 01 Corvette. Chanis, I need you to the lanes immediately, please. Car number 019 in Daily Driver. Chanis, I need you now. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I will take round 2 of Wild Street. Round 2 of Wild Street. 15 cars coming back for round 2. I need you now, please. Round 2 of Wild Street. Round 2 of Wild Street brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. I need you to the lanes now, please. All right, into round number 2 here of our stick shift class. Actually, I believe this could be daily driver. It is daily driver. Somebody gave me an extra sheet. Stick shift is down to the semis, so now I know that. Daily driver now down to, I believe, 11 cars remaining. We started with 21. So here's our first pair, Douglas Washburn and Billy Franklin. Franklin left side, the Georgia-based 2020 Shelby GT will occupy the FTI competition converters and transmission side of the racetrack. The trailer ranch side, the right side. Douglas Washburn, the ZL1 out of Clayton, Ohio. Making the trip here to Carolina, your number 7 qualifier right side. Number 6 qualifier left side, about a 1/10 of a second separate the two based on what they ran in qualifying. Camaro with the big hole shot. The underdog out in front. The favored car's got to try and chase him down and will not do it. 885, the best run of Washburn's weekend. Takes out the consistent 902 of Billy Franklin. We move from a Ford Chevy matchup to a pair of Mopars, Robert Powell and Robert Rooker. So it's a Robert matchup. Rooker right side, South Carolina-based 2016 Challenger. 2016 Challenger out of Delaware, left side. Green light on, and the underdog again gets the hole shot, but this time Powell is not going to be denied. Rooker watching him pull away 9 flat at 132, 993 at 138 for Rooker. Is a valiant effort, just could not hold him off. Guy Sumerau and Derek DeFleur next. DeFleur over on the right side, the 2017 Mustang out of Richmond, Virginia, facing the F-150 out of North Augusta, South Carolina. Guy Sumerau left-hand side in the F-150, trying to find just the spot. He wants to put the F-150 in. He moves it over just a little. He's your number 12 qualifier at 9:53. Faces your number 1 qualifier, Derek DeFleur in the Mustang, 8:32. Well over a second between the two here. The truck needs a miracle. They're staged. Truck gets the hole shot. Mustang spins the tires. Now he's got a pedal. I don't think he's going to get back. Oh, he might. Maybe not, maybe so. No, upset 962, taking out the 988. Your number 1 qualifier. Spins the tires and is done. Guy Sumerau with the upset of the weekend. Number 12 qualifier takes out number 1, the pickup truck, to the next round. Two Cadillacs next, Timothy Singleton and Mikkel Morris. Morris right side, your number 5 qualifier from Louisiana. North Carolina-based 2010 Cadillac, left side, your number 8 qualifier. Hole shot left side, win, light, goes right side. The number 5 qualifier gets around him, 874, beating the 910. Jonathan Chanis and Jimmy Hill win light. Chanis in the CR1. 874 at 160. 998, not a bad lap for Jimmy Hill, but comes up way short. Jonathan Chanis gets the win. So Miller getting the bye run there with the odd number of cars. Car number 87 had some problems and spun. That will sacrifice lane choice for him, and that completes daily driver for the round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need my next two classes. Heavyweight for round two. Heavyweight. Brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply for round two to the lanes, please. Heavyweight. Heavyweight. I need you as well for round number two. Also need Run What You Brung. Brought to us by Fuel Tech. Run What You Brung. 6 of you coming back for round two. I need you as well, please. Once again, I need Chloe Lynch. Chloe Lynch to the top floor of the tower, please. Chloe Lynch. Chloe Lynch, I need you to the top floor of the tower, please. All right, I also need Tyler Pace. Tyler Pace to the top floor of the tower, please. Tyler Pace. Tyler Pace, I need you as well. Once again, heavyweight and run what you brung. Heavyweight and run what you brung. I need you to the lanes, please, for your next round. Heavyweight and run what you brung. Heavyweight and run what you brung to your names, please. Josh Osteen and Robbie Harper going to get a start here in Wild Street. Brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. Osteen out of Aiken, left side, 98 Trans Am, your number 9 qualifier. He faces the number 2 qualifier out of Pennsylvania, the Shelby GT 350. Robbie Harper, who qualified with a 778, so favorite car right side. Underdog left side. Both of them are in. And the number 2 qualifier gets the whole shot. The Trans Am is going to try to stay with him. Top end of the racetrack will take Mustang. 785 at 186 and 813 at 167. Josh's best run of the weekend, but it's not enough. That will move your number 2 qualifier into round number 3. Rick Trunkett and Tony Whetstone next. Whetstone in the drop-top Mustang out of Tallahassee. Trunkett out of Ohio in the 72 Duster. This one could be an all 7-second battle. They are side by side to the top end, and Trunkett lifts. 8:03 at just 1:54. For Tony Whetstone, and it looked like the Duster went out to the left side of the racetrack, and Rick had no choice but to lift out of the throttle. And he has got it stopped after a 9:38 coasting at just 77 miles an hour. They were separated by 0.06 of a second at the 8th mile. Trunkett was ahead 5:10 to 5:16 at the 8th mile, but Whetstone was coming. He had 9 more mile an hour, and by the 1,000 foot, Tony Whetstone had rocketed around him. And tough break there for Trunkett as he has to pull over to the side and may have some issues. So once again, it looks like Trunkett is the drive shaft destroyer. He did it at Sick Week last year where he shredded one and did a Monster Energy inside the car, shredding it so badly. Looks like he did it again. So we're going to be on hold for a minute while we get Trunkett taken care of and all the parts and pieces. So drivers, you can loosen your belts up a little bit and loosen the straps on your helmets. This one will take a few minutes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis. Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis to the lanes, please, for Run What You Brung. I also need Rob Little, car number 777. Rob Little, back for Run What You Brung, please. All right, everything cleaned up, and we are ready to go back into action, ladies and gentlemen. Our next pair of Wild Street, Walter Doyle and Alex Duff, the clean 97 Supra. The green hot rod on the left-hand side, your number 8 qualifier at 819. Walter Doyle out of Florida, the 66 Chevelle right side. He qualified at 854, ran 847 last round. He's going to have his hands full with the Supra if both of them can get hooked up. We're getting into the late afternoon hours of the racetrack, starting to see some shade, possibly losing a little bit of the heat on it. Both of them are pre-staged. Now who's going to spool the turbo up first? Doyle in. And the Supra answers. Both of them off and both of them hooked up. The Supra getting close to the left side. Doyle trying to keep it close. Top end will go to Duff. And that is a good contest. 8:17 to an 8:30. Both cars picking up. Doyle making his best run of the weekend, but not good enough. Alex Duff by about a car length gets the win there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need stick shift. Stick shift for round number 3, please. Stick shift. Stick shift brought to us by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop for the next round, please. Stick shift. Stick shift. I will take you back. That'll bring up Chuck Greer and Sean Edwards. Mustang versus Corvette. Georgia representing on both sides, both from Ackworth. Number 6 qualifier left side, number 13 qualifier right side. Green line is on, and the number 13 qualifier gets the whole shot. He is holding him off. Chuck Greer could well the upset and does. 782 beating the 788. Both of them into the 7s for the first time today, and Chuck Greer gets the job done. The Corvette will go to the next round. All right, so it looks like we had some smoke out of the top end, so we're going to shut them off real quick and double-check that one. So it'll take just a minute. Once again, we are rotating the order slightly because we do have a couple of double entries, so I have called stick shift, round 3. Stick shift, round 3 to the lanes, please. Stick shift, round 3 to the lanes, please. So once again, stick shift, semifinals, stick shift, semifinals. I need you back, please. We've got the top end clear. We're going to go ahead and fire them back up and put them in the beams. Parker Jones and Sean Boothby. Boothby, right side, the West Columbia, South Carolina 2002 Camaro. The underdog in the number 27 spot faces number 5, Parker Jones out of Kissimmee. And it's not going to last very long. The Mustang out and pulling away. Top end will say 828 for Parker Jones. Gets the win. Sean gave it his best effort. 9:15 at 147, his best run of the weekend, but not good enough. So Boothby will get the win. He will move on to the next round. An all-coyote battle next. Letitia Hughes and Kendall Collins, the twin-turbo Maverick right side, the Whipple Supercharged 2018 Mustang left side. Based on their previous performances, favorite should be Kendall Collins right side, but Letitia has been doing a pretty solid job rebounding from her NMRA race at St. Louis quite well. She stages up left side. She is in. Collins builds some boots, knocks it in. Here we go. Better reaction time goes Collins, and he is in front and pulling away, looking for the sevens. And we'll get out of it early. 8:28 at just 1:23, but it's enough to handle the 8:63 at 1:51 from Letitia Hughes. So that will move Collins on to the next round, where he will face Alex Duff in the Supra. So Mr. Dent says the green Mustang is going to win this one. That's a safe bet, sir. I'll take the green Mustang. Okay. Tanner Walker and Robert Brigham. Brigham out of Harlem, Georgia, left side, the 2020 S550 Mustang. Tanner Walker right side, the 2013 S197 Mustang. Whole shot left side. Tanner Walker's got a 1/10 of a second to try and make up. They are tied together. Win light, Tanner Walker by 69 thousandths of a second, 8:01, getting around the whole shot, aided 8:19. The number 29 qualifier upsets the number 7 qualifier. Tanner Walker to the next round. I believe this will bring up the buy run. Yes, this is your legal buy run with 15 cars remaining. This is Michael Chambly. Chambly qualified in the number 1 spot, 753. So with an even number of cars first round, 30 cars, he had an opponent. This round, he gets the single to take us to 8 cars remaining. So Chambly, if he wants lane choice, needs to run quicker than 8.282. And it sounds like he is going to try to make a hit here. The Sebastian Florida-based Mustang. He's leading on it, 129, 60 foot, and then again lifts early. 1-2-1-9 and a 5:26 getting out of the gas early at the 8th mile. Lots left on that one, but he will give up lane choice with a 10:58 pass. That'll wrap up Wild Street round number 2. All right, so a little bit of touch-up work here before we get into our next class. Our next 2 classes are heavyweight, and run what you brung. We have called stick shift. We are going a little bit out of order. We're going to go stick shift, then daily driver, then no time classes will be called. So because we have a couple people that are doubled, we wanted to give them a minute or two to get back around. So again, instead of going all motor, no time, stick, and daily driver, we are skipping all motor for this session because they are into a final. Stick shift is next, followed by daily, then no time classes. This will be the heavyweight class, brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and the Flow Supply. So our first pair up, a pair of Mopars, Donald Keller and Richard Ingram. South Carolina and Georgia will represent here in the water box. Again, in the heavyweight division, cars must weigh a minimum of 4,200 pounds. That is with a maximum of 200 pounds of ballast. So Richard Ingram right side out of Georgia, the Richard Ingram law-based 2023 Challenger. Last round, he ran 963. He faces Donald Keller out of South Carolina, 2015 Hellcat left side, 918 is what he ran last time. So favorite car left side, underdog right side. They're both staged, and the underdog is left at the Christmas tree. Donald Keller has this one well in hand. 980 out of the gas early at just 109 miles an hour. Keller will move on, and he will get a bye run to the final with 3 cars remaining. That will bring up Frank Stapleton and Colby Davis. Stapleton out of Georgia, 1967 Model C10 pickup truck. Number 6 qualifier at 9:45 and ran an 11-second pass, saving the parts and pieces. He faces a tough task. This is the number 1 qualifier, Colby Davis, last year's winner out of Ackworth, Georgia. 2019 Charger Hellcat, qualified at a world record 7:27 at 181 miles an hour. The pickup truck has a lot of ground to make up. He is in. Colby's in. Colby spins the tires. Can he reel him in? He is going after him, and just as the 8th mile rockets around him, and Colby Davis will get the win. 9:16 at 165. He lit the tires afire, and Frank Stapleton thought for a minute he had it in the bag, and then right about the 1,000-foot mark, Colby Davis goes rocketing around him, and he will stay alive to the semifinals. Changing the lead back and forth. That was an interesting matchup. Here's your final pair of round number 2 of heavyweight. Derek Downing and Alan Whitaker. Whitaker out of Whiteland, Indiana. Yeah, the same place that Bob and Etta Glidden grew up with their 2 boys, Rusty and Billy. The 1972 Monte Carlo. Getting some help from the big Devin Vanderhoof of HCR Innovations. 572 big block Chevy with twin turbos on board. 7:57 at 189 is what he ran last round. He faces Derek Downing out of Vengeance Racing, the 2009 Cadillac CTS-V 4-door. He is based in Suwanee, Georgia. He qualified at 897. He ran 872. So the favorite car left side, the classic Monte Carlo, the underdog, the caddy. The only thing that would possibly equal this out is Alan Whitaker is in the same lane that Colby just spun the tires in. Is he thinking about it? Can he overcome it? And he red lights. Alan Whitaker bumped it in a little too deep, and he is running out of Derek Downing's life. 7:47 at 190, but he red lighted away his chances. Derek Downing 860 at 160 and gets the win light as Alan Whitaker turns it red. He bumped it in and bumped it a little too deep on the trans brake and unfortunately gives away the shot to go to the semis. Derek Downing gets the upset win. So Derek Downing will face Colby Davis in the semifinal pairing. He will get lane choice in the caddy. The opposite side is Donald Keller in the Hellcat, and he will get a single. That'll wrap up the heavyweight class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'll take Daily Driver to the lanes, please, for your next round, please. Daily Driver, I need you for your next round, please. If anyone has found a set of keys, please bring them to the top floor of the tower. We have somebody that has called up missing their keys. If you happen to find a set, bring them to the top floor of the tower. We'll get you taken care of. That'll bring us to Run What You Brung, brought to us by Fuel Tech. As we are down to 6 cars remaining. Four Mustangs, 1 Toyota, and 1 Pontiac. 2 station wagons left at 6 cars. Not what you expect to hear in Run What You Brung. So we will bring them out next. All right, here comes our first pair of cars in the Run What You Brung, and hope you brought enough. There is no rules in here, just bring a lot. Carlos Diaz, right-hand side, the big underdog, your number 8 qualifier. He ran 5:59 in this little 83 Toyota wagon. But he faces a big hill left side. Brett LaSala, Snot Rocket 2.0. Qualified at 4:39, ran 4:49. Last round, over a second difference between the two, and right side's going to roll in and light them both to try and knock Brett off his game. LaSala will wait while they back him up, courtesy stage 1 at a time. Trying to get in LaSala's head, and the Toyota is going to get the word of 1 bulb at a time, sir. We courtesy stage here. So LaSala rolls in and lights the 1. Now we'll build some boost. Right side is in. LaSala is tweaked and in. And LaSala is going to plain run out of his life. 433 at 181. The Toyota 555 staying very consistent at 127, but it's not enough. LaSala will move on. And that will give him the bye with 3 cars remaining. That'll bring up the world's loudest Pontiac Le Mans station wagon and probably the quickest Mustang convertible on a 26 by 8.5 tire. I'm making this up as I go along. Just work with me here. Right-hand side, Chuck Stefanski at a Big 3 Racing, the recently revamped 81 supercharged Pontiac station wagon. He took this on Sick Week for the first time ever, finished top 5 in his class, and then blew it apart to rewire it. He said he didn't like the rat's nest that he created in January. So he rewired it, put a different hood on it, changed the intake, and a few other things. Left-hand side, Devin Vanderhoof's Mustang convertible known as Big Earl being piloted by Josh Davis. This car picked up 3 wins on Dragon Drive Tour last year. The whole shot, it's not going to last long though. 452 taking out the 479. Chuck makes his best run of the weekend, but it's not good enough. Devin will go to the next round. Here is your final matchup and a pair of very potent Mustangs, Zach Myers and Rob Little. Little, stu-dueling battle between this class and the no-time overdrive class. This is your world record holder for a 10-speed transmission Mustang, 762 with a 10-speed. He has a 300 rear gear, and he says it still cruises down the highway like it's a Caddy. He didn't actually say that. I'm just assuming. Left-hand side, the OG Snot Rocket. This was the first one. And Brett got rid of it because he said he didn't want to cut it up. So Zach Myers buys it, catches it on fire less than a year later, and decides to cut it up. Puts a bigger cage in it, decided to lean on it a little bit further. He's getting himself used to it. This could be a good one. Lights the red light. He tried for the whole shot and left too soon and needed to do so. Zach Myers with his best run of the weekend, 480 at 151. Little, 502 at 146, not a bad lap, but he went for the whole shot because he knew he needed it, and even if he would have been perfect on the green light, Zach Myers still would have come around him by almost a car length. So it was a valiant effort, but it came up short. Zach Myers to the next round. So your number 1, 2, and 3 qualifiers survived the upset fest in Run What You Brung. It'll be Devin and Josh against Zach Myers on one side. On the other side, Brett LaSala has the bye run. So we can either have 2 green Mustangs, the OG Snot Rocket and Snot Rocket 2.0 in the final, or it will be Devin and Josh versus Brett LaSala for the umpteenth time. We'll find out here in just a little bit. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need my no-time classes, please. No-time overdrive shootout. No-time overdrive shootout, round 3. I need you to the lanes, please. I also need all steel, all glass. Round 2, all steel, all glass semifinals to the lanes, please. Once again, I need no time overdrive shootout. No time overdrive shootout, and I need no time all steel, all glass for your next round back, please. No time overdrive shootout and no time all steel, all glass. I need you back, please. Here comes the semifinals in stick shift. Little import-domestic battle going here. Brian Segrist and Heath Maxwell, the new owner of Real Teal, a very well-known 1993 Real Cobra small block pushrod Ford with a helping heaping of nitrous on top. He qualified number 1 with an 814. If you want to know when this guy shifts, just look under the car. It'll tell you clear as day. If you stood next to the car and took the parachute off, you would have no idea this car runs as fast as it does. The exhaust system on this car conceals it pretty well. He did quite well with this car at the reunion at Bradenton just a month ago. He's looking to go to a final here. Can he get around the Honda? Another power wheelie for Maxwell. Got out of it good and will roll to the finish line. 8:49 at 1:57 for Maxwell. Gets the job done. The Honda falls off, loses a significant amount of time off the starting line, and will only get a 10-second time slip out of it. So Heath Maxwell, your number 1 qualifier, to the finals. Now, will he face the number 2 qualifier, or will he face the upset-minded Corvette? That is Brian Morris, your number 11 qualifier. Has been in the high 9s every lap. It has been very consistent. He's about a second and a half slow for Stover's ride. The Honda on the right side, qualified at 8:45. Corvette is in. Honda rolls in. Green light drops in. The Honda gets the shot, and the Corvette spins the tires. This is very one-sided. Top end will say Stover. 8:32 at 1:72. That's good enough for lane choice. So it'll be just as we wrote it on paper. Number 1 will run number 2, and the Honda will get lane choice. Stover has lane choice over Maxwell in the final of stick shift, brought to you by Monster Clutch and Modular Head Shop. That'll move us into our next class, the daily driver class. A lot of people have some quick daily drivers. Little Cadillac versus Camaro action first. The 2019 C01 left side, the 2013 CTSV right side. North Carolina and Louisiana on the starting line. Michael Morris, right side out of Louisiana, the caddy. Qualified number 5, 886 at 155. He will race your number 2 qualifier, the 857 ride. That's the 2019 Camaro of Steve Miller. All right, in all steel, all glass, I am missing 994 and 1565. 994 and 1565. Your favorite car left side, your underdog right side. Morris is in, Miller joins him, and the underdog is a huge hole shot. Almost a quarter of a second. Can he hold off the Camaro? Looks like he will do it. Hole shot win, 872, taking out the 866. Morris gets the job done. The caddy will get the win. Wow, so the number 2 qualifier gets upset there by the 4-door caddy. It would be more embarrassing if his kids were like watching out the window as you were pulling away from him or something too. But either way, the number 2 qualifier hitting the trailer early. Number 5 qualifier to the semis. Jonathan Chanis and Robert Powell next. A Challenger Corvette battle. The ZR1 right-hand side. Your number 4 qualifier at 884. 861 the qualifier for Robert Powell and the Challenger left side. Now, based on what they ran in their previous rounds, the Corvette improved to an 874. So this could be closer than expected. And the underdog again gets the hole shot by over 2/10 of a second. Powell is chipping away at the lead, top end, and he gets there 846 as Jonathan slows to a 904 at just 126. He had the whole shot and led him to the 8th mile, and that was where the tide changed. Powell gets the win, and he will get a semi-final bye run. Here comes the upset-minded number 12 qualifier, the F-150 left side. Guy Summerall out of North Augusta, South Carolina. 953 for the pickup, but that puts him in the number 12 spot. He faces Douglas Washburn right side. The Camaro, your number 7 qualifier, at 917. Previous round, the pickup went 962, and the Camaro went 885. So your favorite car right side, your underdog left side. The pickup truck trying to stay alive and become the giant killer in the set line. Won't work as he gives up the whole shot to Washburn. And this one is over. 884 for the Camaro, 948 for the pickup truck. His best run of the weekend, but not good enough. Douglas Washburn takes the win. Number 7 qualifier to the next round where he will face Mikkel Morris in the caddy, and Morris will have the lane choice. The other side will find the Challenger Hellcat with a single. And that'll wrap up Daily Driver for this round. We are waiting on all steel, all glass, and it looks like our final couple competitors coming around. We have 3 cars left in all steel, all glass, and I believe we are down to 4. No, actually, we are down to 8, I believe, in the no time round number 2 of Overdrive. Once again, I am still missing all steel, all glass car number 1565, car 1565 for all steel, all glass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Wild Street, round number 3, please. Wild Street, round number 3. I need you now, please. Wild Street, round number 3. I need you now, please. All right, looks like we are getting ready to go into the no-time overdrive shootout class. So a Mustang versus a 1964 Triumph Spitfire as we get started in No Time Overdrive Shootout, brought to us by Fisher-Built. Timothy Blythe coming up right-hand side, the twin-turbo 1964 Triumph Spitfire, and Zachary Patterson, the 2017 Coyote-powered Mustang. Our first pair in the Overdrive Shootout. Again, no boards, no times, just who gets to the finish line first, and we're going the full quarter distance. Blythe rolled in and lit the deep stage, so he would not let go as normal time, and that may cost him. Mustang will get the win and go to the next round. Zach gets the W. So that will bring up our second straight Mustang left-hand side. This is Derek DeFore out of West Virginia, another 2017 Coyote-powered Mustang, and he will run Jason Lavia. Lavia out of Canton, Georgia, in the Camaro that used to have a license plate on it that said quiet. It was a little misleading. The Z01 on the right-hand side will face the Mustang on the left-hand side for the chance to go to the semis, and this one is a 2-for-1, meaning win here, you get the buy run with 3 cars remaining. So a little bit more on the line. Not only do you want to win, but you know what it comes with. Camaro right side, Mustang left side. Camaro's in, Mustang follows. The sandwich on the starting line. The Mustang off the line way ahead and will get the W. So Derek gets the win, and he will go to the next round and again gets the bye. Now, with 5 cars remaining, this is your buy run with 5 cars. This is Rob Little, the Coyote swapped Whipple Supercharged 10-speed automatic 2003 Terminator Cobra. Hope I got it all. Currently, your world record holder at 762 at a test session just a week ago. He is double entered between 2 classes, just lost an entry in one, but he will carry the entry here, and it looks like he is just going to roll forward and light the beam, and that's all he has to do. It will get him to the semi, so he will just back up and save the parts and pieces and the wear and tear. All right, here comes our first pair in all steel, all glass. Robert Rugen and Zachary Haney. Pair of Mustangs. We're going to run them to the 8th mile and see who gets the win. Win light goes right side in a good battle there. No digits to go by, but it definitely looked like it was not much. All right, so we know who one of the finalists is in the all steel, all glass category. Now we got to figure out who the other one is. Nicholas Feliciano and Austin Pruitt. And Pruitt is rocking in and out of the beams, and it's going to cost him. The RX-7 will get the win. As you saw the light bulb flicker, so what happens is the Christmas tree needs to be able to see the stage beam for a minimum amount of time in order to trigger auto start. Once it does that, if the car moves, it will red light. That's what you saw happen there. The car was rocking back and forth on the bump button, so Pruitt, who I would say probably most of us figured would get that, ended up going out on a red light. Tanner Walker and Tony Wedstone. After a little bit of tire scrub, Tony Wedstone's going to get the win here. 9:13 at 126 in the drop top. He'll go to the semis. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need heavyweight and run what you brung. Heavyweight and run what you brung. For round number 3, I need you now, please. Heavyweight class. Brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. I need you to the lanes, please, and run what you brung. Brought to us by Fuel Tech. Round number 3, the semis. I need you now, please. Here comes your next pair. It's a pair of Mustangs, Michael Chamley and Parker Jones. Jones, your number 5 qualifier left side out of Kissimmee, Florida. He qualified at 8:06. And the last round ran 8:28. He will run your number 1 qualifier, Michael Chamley, the Sebastian, Florida-based 2014 Mustang. Last round, he had the single and cruised to a 10:58. So the lane choice here went to Parker Jones. Chamley has been the best of 7:53. The best for Jones, an 8:06, so about a half a second between them. Underdog left side, favorite car right side. They're both in together. All shots of the number 1 qualifier. The number 5 qualifier is falling further behind Win Light Chamley. 794 taking out the 795. He got out of the gas almost too early. Chamley thought he had him covered up, and Jones almost caught him. 99 thousandths of a second separate the two, and that one was a little closer than I think they expected it to be. Win Light Chamley, he goes to the next round. Next pair, Alex Duff and Kendall Collins, a clean green 97 Supra left-hand side, qualified in the number 8 spot, 8:19. That's Duff on the left side out of North Carolina. He faces the Maverick of Kendall Collins, the Coyote Twin Turbo, 1970 Maverick. Kept the vinyl top and all from Hot Rods by Heaven. Number 11 qualifier at 8:32, but this car easily has 7-second potential, and Kendall is just playing with us right now. He's playing with our emotions of how much quicker that car could be. So Kendall Collins right side, Alex Duff left side, the 2 JZ and the Coyote, they're in. Full shot to the Maverick, but he spins the tires. That one is going to be Supra. 8:05 at 168 for Duff, and Collins falls to a 10:19. Alex Duff makes his best run of the weekend, and Kendall Collins just took the tires and unstuck them, and that gave up his chances. The Supra to the semis. Once again, I need heavyweight and run what you brung. Heavyweight and run what you brung. All right, this is our final pair between the Corvette and the Mustang. Robbie Harper and Chuck Greer. Number 2 qualifier left side, the Shelby. Ran 7:78 in qualifying. He faces the upset-minded Chuck Greer, your number 13 qualifier, the Z06, at Ackworth, Georgia right side. He's looking at almost 0.6 of a second difference in qualifying times. That is huge. Could this be the upset? The number 13 qualifier moving on. Doesn't look good right now, although the Mustang has a problem. The Corvette is going to move on. Unlucky 13 goes to the semifinals, 787 at 167. A slow 10:56 for the number 2 qualifier, and he is on the trailer. Chuck Greer, your number 13 car in Wild Street, will go on to the semifinals, and that will give him lane choice. That is his best run of the weekend. Actually, no, that is his second best. He went 782 last round. So the number 13 qualifier has wicked it up solidly good. That will be a good one. It'll be the Supra versus the Corvette in the semis on one side, and your number one qualifier, Michael Chamberlain, will race Tony Whetstone in a pair of 7-second capable Mustangs on the other side. So we know we'll have a Mustang on one side. Will it be a Corvette or a Supra on the other side for the final round? We will find out shortly. Here comes your all-motor final, your number 1 and 2 qualifiers, meeting here in the final. Normally we would run this later in the program. One of them having a family emergency and asked if we could move it up in the program, so we are doing so here. So a pair of classic Chevrolet products. They traded the number 1 qualifying spot back and forth through all 3 sessions, and they meet here in the final. Chris McNeely and Tony Hayes. The 66 Chevy 2 Nova out of Virginia for Hayes left side, your number 2 qualifier at 913. Right side is Chris McNeely, the first year of the Chevelle, 1964 model out of North Carolina. He qualified at 909. And a huge hole shot. After spinning the tires in the last round, Chris McNeely came to play in the final, and he will ring up a 910 at just 145 and gets the win as Hayes lights the tires up and can just watch McNeely disappear. So your number 1 qualifier runs it end to end and gets the win here in all motor. Congratulations to both Chris McNeely and Tony Hayes. Chris McNeely, your number 1 qualifier, runs the table and gets the win light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need my semis for Daily Driver, Wild Street, and No Time Overdrive. Once again, I need my semifinals for Daily Driver, Wild Street, and No Time Overdrive. That'll get us to finals in everything. And we will run them all together for the big checks, the big trophies, the NHRA Wallies, and the fireworks show, ladies and gentlemen. So we are getting our final rounds ready to go. Here comes the first of our 5 classes down to semis. This is the heavyweight class. Colby Davis and Derek Downing first. With 3 cars remaining, we will put them on the line first. Colby Davis left side, the world's quickest Hellcat Charger 727 in qualifying. He will run the caddy. That's Derek Downing out of Vengeance Racing right side. He has lane choice based on the previous run, 860 to a 918. There's stage. Davis gave up the initial hole shot, but it gets around the caddy and may hold on. The caddy will get around him at the top end, 858 to a 918. Colby Davis has problems. Only 103 miles an hour for Davis, and Derek Downing, the giant killer from the number 3 spot, takes out number 1 and will go to the final round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a white golf cart located into the concession stand. Little Mama's Sweet and Treats. I need it moved immediately, please. I also have a phone that was found. If you can come up to the tower and unlock it, we will get it back to its rightful owner, please. Here comes your semi-final round in Run What You Brung. Devin Vanderhoof, Brett LaSala, and Zach Myers, 2 green Mustangs and a convertible Fox. Those are the 3 that remain. Your number 1, 2, and 3 qualifiers as if it played out on paper. So number 1 and number 3 will line up here. Joshua Davis piloting the car known as Big Earn, the 1993 convertible Mustang. Out of the HRC Innovation Stable left side, that is Devin Vanderhoof's car. Zach Myers, the original OG Snot Rocket out of Florida, right side. And both of them off the starting line, good. The Mustang left side moves around a little, but gets the win light. 423 at 178 for Davis. A very consistent 480, his second straight 480 for Zach Myers, but it's not enough. So Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis will move on to the final to run Brett LaSalla, as we expected, the number 1 and 2 qualifiers. You just saw the OG Snot Rocket, the car that got it started for Brett LaSalla. The car ran in this 690s, and then he retired it because he did not want to cut it up. He picked up this car from Joe Steele. This is the X, quickest stick shift car in the world. Ran 681, and then it was sold as a roller, picked up by Brett LaSalla. He installed a fresh Fast Forward Racing Engines Coyote with twin precision turbos on board. This car has run a 3:99 eighth mile in testing and a best of 6:19 in the quarter. Also, street legal. He needs to beat a 4:23.1 for lane choice. Did he do it? 116.60 foot, and he got out of it 5:03 at just 1:09. And Andrew from Booston Photography, your bounty was almost collected, 008 on the reaction time. And Brett LaSalla has stayed crispy on that for the last 3 months. So your final is number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Brett LaSalla against Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis. And the Vanderhoof-Davis duo has the lane choice in the final. All right, attention in the pits, car 2915. Car 2915, Powell. For daily driver semis, I need you now, please. Powell, for the daily driver semis, I need you now, please. Rob Little. Rob Little. I need you for Overdrive. Lane number 3, please. Rob Little for the semis in no time Overdrive. I need you to lane 3, please. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car number 603 in Wild Street. Car 603, Michael Chambly. I need you to the lanes, please. Michael Chambly. Need you to the lanes for the semis of Wild Street, please. All right, attention, all competitors in the semis. All competitors in the semis. We will attempt to run all 7 final rounds together due to fireworks and everything else that we have for Winter Circle. So again, we need your cooperation for that. So when you finish your semi, if you get a win light, cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes as soon as possible, please. Once again, semis that are remaining, which include Wild Street, Daily Driver, and No Time Overdrive Shootout. When you win, cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes as soon as possible. Here comes your daily driver semi with 3 cars remaining. We are going to do 2 and then obviously a single. So this is your pair. All right, so courtesy staging, 1 line at a time. Michael Morrison, the caddy right side. Douglas Washburn, the Camaro left side. They're in. And the caddies follow the tires. The Camaro out in front. Your number 7 qualifier will get the win. 884 at 153 for Washburn. Number 5 qualifier spins the tires, tries to run him down. It goes 1007 at 144. Douglas Washburn to the finals. All right, that leaves our by-run here for Robert Powell, the Bridgeville, Delaware, making the trip from the smallest state in the U.S. with the 2016 Hellcat Challenger, your number 3 qualifier. Now, faced with the idea of, do I just light the tree and give up lane choice? Because it's looking like that's what he's going to do. He's going to save the heat, wear and tear parts and pieces, and go to the final, which is fine. You can do that. But when you do that, that means you give up lane choice. So you see the win line is on. All he needed to do is just take the tree. He can now back out, and we ready for the final. Here we go with Wild Street semifinals. 4 cars remaining. We got room for 2. A pair of Mustangs will pair up in 1. The Supra versus the Corvette in the first one. Number 8 qualifier left side, Alex Duff out of Clayton, North Carolina, 97 Supra. Qualified with an 819, ran 805 last round. He will face the unlucky number 13 that turned it into lucky. The 7-second Corvette of Chuck Greer out of Georgia. He's on the right side. Supra on the left side. They are staged and ready. Tree falls. Supra spins the tires. Chuck Greer, number 13, will get the W and go on to the next round. 791 at 162 for Chuck Greer from the number 13 qualifying spot. Qualified with an 8:39, Chuck Greer has found his stride. He has run 3 straight 7-second passes and will go to the final round. Now, who will he face? Either your number 3 qualifier or your number 1 qualifier. A pair of Mustangs will determine who gets to run Chuck Greer, Michael Chamberlain or Tony Whetstone. Both of them from the state of Florida coming here to determine who gets to run the final in Wild Street. Tony Whetstone, a very storied 1988 Mustang convertible. Push rod forward with a turbo, left side, qualified number 3 at 793. He will face your number 1 qualifier, Michael Chamberlain, Sebastian, Florida-based 2014 Mustang. Qualified number 1 at 753. So the favorite car, right side, the underdog, left side. They're going to spool the turbos and get them ready. We are in and good. Green lights, a pair of them, and off to the races they go. Chamberlain in front. Right lane still in front, 766 at 163. Tony Whetstone fell off significantly in the 8th mile, 844 at just 135, so it'll be your number 1 qualifier and your number 13 qualifier. Michael Chamberlain will run Chuck Greer, and Chamberlain will have lane choice. And all 7-second final in Wild Street. This is Rob Little and Zachary Patterson, a pair of Mustangs. Who goes to the final in the Overdrive race? Little strikes the tires. Patterson will get the win light here. The North Carolina-based 2017 Mustang will take care of the Florida-based Mustang. So it'll be a pair of S550 chassis Mustangs in the final. Patterson versus Derek DeFore. West Virginia versus North Carolina in the final. And as before, Derek knows that he does not need to make the run. So he's going to save the wear and tear parts and pieces and back it up. It'll be an all-Mustang final in no time overdrive. We had an all-Mustang semi. So obviously it'll be an all-Mustang final. A pair of S550 chassis Mustangs will do the deal in the final round of No Time Overdrive Shootout. That will get us to all finals, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to take us a little bit of time to get those cars prepared and ready for finals. So you have a little bit of time. If you would like to walk around, check out the manufacturer's midway located between the staging lanes and the grandstands. Grab yourself something good to eat or drink from the concession stands. Go and check out all the cars in the car show, including Shadow, the Pro Mod, Radial versus the World Camaro. That is sitting in the car show. Go and visit some of our manufacturers that are still on site. Grab yourself some official Street Car Braggin Rights merchandise. We have some time to get all of our finals together because the awesome fireworks show will come with it. You do not want to miss that. So we're going to have some time to get all 7 finals put together here. And we will be ready for that momentarily. So stick with us. To everybody that is watching us still on our Facebook and YouTube stream, thank you so much for checking us out here on Street Car Braggin Rights. Once again, thanks to Warren Evans and his great crew of people to putting it all together. Warren is a one-man band up here in the tower, and he's getting everything done. We just feed him cookies, and he usually operates efficiently. So once again, we are probably about a half an hour or so before we will run our finals. All finalists, pay attention please in the pits, all finalists, cool them and fuel them, bring them back to the lanes as soon as you can please. All finalists Cool them and fuel them. Bring them back to the lanes as soon as possible, please. We will get you all paired up and ready. Morgan is waiting for you at the rear of the lanes to be paired up correctly. All right, so once again, we are going to try to get all 7 finalists together so we can run them all together. So again, for the fireworks and fire show that will take place not only during each final, but also after the last final is complete. So once again, all finalists, I need you to the lanes when I can. Please see Miss Morgan at the rear of the lane. She will get you paired up correctly. All right, so I still need a few cars in the lanes for finals, please. Pay attention. I need these 4 cars to report to the lanes as soon as possible, please. Car number 369, car 510, car 510, and 603. I need those cars to the lanes, please. Once again, car number 369, car 510, car 510, car 501, and car 603. I need those cars to the lanes, please. So this is Jason Leva on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, I'm still missing car 603. Car 603 on each to the lanes, please. This is Jason Leva out of Vengeance Racing, 2018 model Camaro. He is going for a record here. And unfortunately will not get it there as it spun the tires. He may back it up though. Yep, he's going to pick a different line. So this car currently has the 10-speed Camaro record at 805.176. He is going to try to be the first car in the sevens. Second one for Jason. And just got it stopped, it looks like just past the 330 mark. Move the car over just a little bit, let go, and the car did a moonshot not once but twice. And Jason has the car stopped, thankfully. All right, final call for 50-50 raffle. Final call for 50-50 raffle. The girls will be announcing the winner in the winner circle of the 50-50 raffle. If you have not gotten your tickets, now's the time to do so. I believe they will be located around the winner circle right now. So, yep, they will be walking around to do last chance at the 50-50. We are going to double check the racetrack, make sure everything is A-okay. All right, so it looks like Jason is getting the vehicle off the racetrack. Once again, we need all non-track personnel back off the starting line so we can get ready for our 7 finals, please. All non-track personnel, I need you back off the racetrack, please, so we can get ready for our finals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so once again, we are getting ready for our final 7 contests. We are down to our 7 finals. Once again, we are getting the racetrack back in fighting condition. We will get everything touched up and ready for our 7 final rounds. No time, all steel, all glass. No time, overdrive, shootout, stick shift, daily driver, wild street, heavyweight, and run what you brung. Those are our 7 finals. And as I mentioned, we will have a fire show as well as fireworks coming back as soon as we get everything touched up and ready for our final rounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting, here's the deal. We have a little bit of cleanup work to finish on the racetrack. As soon as that is complete, we will fire up the first of our 7 finalists. So again, thank you for being patient with us. Not what we expected to happen, as Jason's car has made several clean shots down the racetrack. That one, unfortunately, was not. So not done intentionally. Sometimes these things happen. Again, we want to make sure the racetrack is in exceptional condition. After all, you have 14 finalists that have battled their way down to run for all the money, all the glory, the big check, trophy, and Wallies. So we want to make sure that they have the racetrack they deserve. So we will not send anybody down until it is ready, but they are getting it touched up. As soon as it is ready, we will suit everybody up and get them ready to go. Again, for everybody that is watching on the live stream, thank you for bearing with us. We hope you enjoyed and appreciate the first time that Warren has joined us here for the 3rd annual Street Car Braggin Rights at Carolina Dragway, brought to us by Vengeance Racing. Warren, again, it has been a pleasure working with you, sir. We will do winner's circle interviews as well as a giant fireworks show, not only between each pair, but at the end of each run, but also at the very conclusion of the event. So for everybody that is not only watching live online, but people that are here, please make sure you get a good spot so you can check out the fireworks show. Nate and his crew put a lot of work into that. And then again, we will have a lot of money and a lot of very unique trophies, thanks to our friends at Blue Ribbon, that will go out in the winner's circle. We invite you to join us and celebrate all the people that spent all day to get to this point. All our finalists are in the lanes. We are just waiting on the racetrack crew to tell us everything is 100%, and then we will get after it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close. We just need to add some traction compound to the racetrack, and then we will be ready to go for our finals. So once again, thank you for hanging with us. Again, we had some cleanup work to do after the double moon shot by the Camaro, so we are getting close to being ready to go for all 7 of our finals. Again, the fireworks show will also take place, so thank you for hanging in there. For those of you that are still watching us on the live stream on both the Drag Racer TV YouTube stream and on the Facebook YouTube stream, thank you, or the Facebook stream, thank you very much. We will be back underway here shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, about to get things started. So drivers, suit up, please. Drivers, suit up, please. We are ready to get started. All right, here we go. First of 7 finals for everybody that is still watching on the YouTube stream and everybody that is held with us here at the racetrack. Thank you so much. As we got everything cleaned up, ready to go, here comes our first of 7 finals, the no time, all steel, all glass shootout. All right, here comes your first of 7 finals. This is no time, all steel, all glass. Nicholas Feliciano, Robert Bruggen. The Mazda versus the Mustang. The little pocket rocket Mazda RX-7 right side, Robert Bruggen, the 19 model Mustang left side. We are going to go to the 8th model to determine a winner on this one. Left side is getting chased. Here we go. Nicholas Feliciano into the RX-7 will get the job done and get the win. Now to our final round of the no time overdrive shootout. 16 cars got us started. We are down to 2, and it is a pair of 2017 model Mustangs, Derek DeFore and Zachary Patterson. Patterson right side, out of Kennisville, North Carolina. Derek DeFore out of Oak Hill, West Virginia. We're going to go to the quarter mile to determine a winner on this one. Once again, Patterson right side, DeFore left side. DeFore is in, Patterson in. Left-hand side. All the way down the racetrack, win line will go right side by about a car length. Zachary Patterson gets the win. All right, so here comes the first of our 5 finals. This will be the final in stick shift. All right, this is your final in stick shift. Matt Stover in the Civic out of Georgia, your number 2 qualifier on the right side. Heath Maxwell, real teal, the 93 Cobra left side. Real teal out in front, the import giving chase. Will Heath handle him off? Top end says yes. 8:04 at 162 for Heath Maxwell. Gets the W over the 897 at 126 for Matt Stover. Heath Maxwell will take home the win as your champion in stick shift. Okay, that will bring us to our next contest. This is Daily Driver will be next. This is your daily driver class, brought to us by Race Ready Shea, Douglas Washburn, Robert Powell. So Mopar versus Chevy. Challenger versus Camaro on the starting line here. As we go into the daily driver final, Robert Powell out of Delaware, Douglas Washburn out of Ohio. Your number 3 qualifier left side out of Bridgeville, Delaware, Robert Powell, 2016 model Challenger Hellcat. Qualified with an 861 and has improved on that to run an 846 best. Douglas Washburn out of Ohio, right side, 2018 model Camaro CL1. He qualified in the number 7 spot at 917. Has since improved to back-to-back 884s. So the favored car sits left side. The underdog sits right side. They are pre-staged. Camaro in. Challenger answers. Green light on. Goes to the Challenger. And he is steadily pulling away. Win light. Challenger 841 at 154. 906 at 153 for the Camaro of Washburn. Robert Powell will get the job done. He is your winner in daily driver. That will bring us to our next class. That is Wild Street next. Our third run with the scoreboards on the Wild Street Final, brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. Your final round in the Wild Street class brought to us by Drag Illustrated and Racer Club. Michael Chambly, Chuck Greer, Corvette versus Mustang, #1 qualifier, versus the number 13 car that has climbed his way all the way to the final, a pair of second hot rods. Michael Chambly, right side, Sebastian, Florida-based Mustang, your #1 qualifier at 7:53. He will race Chuck Greer, who turned the unlucky number 13 into a final round spot on back-to-back 7.8-second time slips. The Ackworth, Georgia-based Z06 Corvette left side. Favorite car right side, underdog left side. Can the Corvette run the table? The Mustang spins the tire. Will the number 13 get to the finish line first and pull off the ultimate upset? He does. 782 at 158 miles an hour from the number 13 qualifying spot. Chuck Greer of Ackworth, Georgia is your winner in Wild Street. That will bring us to our next to last class, the heavyweight class. Heavyweight brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Here we go into the heavyweight final, brought to us by Nitrous Outlet and Flow Supply. Challenger versus Cadillac. So Derek Downing and Donald Keller. Keller left side out of South Carolina, the Hellcat. Downing out of Vengeance Racing in Georgia, right side, the Caddy CTSV. Number 3 qualifier right side, number 8 qualifier left side for the title of heavyweight. Downing with the whole shot is all the struggles through qualifying over. Derek Downing with the win, back-to-back 860s. That gets the W for him over the 919 of Donald Keller after Downing struggled so hard during qualifying. Gets the win here in the heavyweight class, brought to us by Nitrous Supply. And that will bring us to our final of the evening. And it is going to be a doozy, ladies and gentlemen. It is Brett LaSala against Devin Vanderhoof and Josh Davis for the title of Run What You Brung, presented by Fuel Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. The final race of the evening. Brett LaSala and Josh Davis with Devin Vanderhoof's a pair of 4-second capable Mustangs rolling to the water. Your final pair at Street Car Braggin Rights, brought to us by Vengeance Racing. The number 1 and number 2 qualifiers meeting here in the final of Run What You Brung, the quickest and fastest street car class. Here at Street Car Bragging Rights, the 3rd edition at Carolina Dragway, brought to us by Vengeance Racing, and this is how it should be. The 2 quickest cars will run each other. Big earned the convertible 93 twin-turbo big block Chevy Mustang right side. Devin Vanderhoof's ride, Josh Davis piloting. He is on the right-hand side, left-hand side, Brett LaSala. Out of Motion Raceworks, Rife Sensors, and TBM Brakes out of Florida. The car that's called Snot Rocket 2.0. A fast-forward race engine, stout Coyote with twin precision turbos. Both of these cars are street legal complete and have completed multiple drag and drives in the United States, most recently both of them for Sick Week. LaSala, left side, his best run during qualifying, 4:39 for the number 2 spot. Right side, Josh Davis, 4:10 for the pole spot. Brett LaSala, left side for the 4. Right side for the Chevy. And go to Big Burn as LaSala strikes the tires, and a 4:12 at 186 for Josh Davis. And let's do some fireworks. Folks, clear the starting line, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please clear the starting line. We have a truck on fire that we need to get through. Ladies and gentlemen, clear the starting line, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will officially wrap us up. We hope you enjoyed the fireworks show. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience while we got everything cleaned up for the finals. We hope you enjoyed the way they went down. Once again, a big shout out to all the great crew here at Carolina Dragway. Also, the entire Braggin Rights crew and all the hard work they did. Stick around with us for the winner's circle. We will hand out all the money, the big checks, and the big trophies. We will do the 50-50 winner. That will all happen at the winner's circle. So all winners and runner-ups, please come back to the lanes. We will give you your trophies, money, and checks in the winner's circle. Also, if you purchased a 50-50 ticket, come and join us at the winner's circle. We will pull the winner for all the money there. We will be back on the air with you momentarily in just a few minutes downstairs. For those of you that are heading for the gates, we hope you drive safely home. Thank you so much for coming out to be part of the 3rd annual Street Car Braggin Rights. Again, our thanks to Warren Evans and all the hard work he did for getting us the live stream. We will do winner interviews where we can open people's mouths in the winner's circle. Might need a pair of vice grips to do so, but we will be back with you shortly on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. If this is the end for you and you're heading for home or you're turning off the stream, good night, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. We will be back with you for driver interviews and winner's circle shortly. Once again, all finalists. Once again, all finalists, winners and runners-up. I need you to the staging lanes for winner's circle photos, trophy, and check presentations. Once again, all finalists, winners and runner-ups. All finalists, winners and runner-ups. Back to the staging lanes for trophy and check presentations, please. Once again, all winners and runner-ups in every class. All winners and runner-ups in every class. I need you to the winner's circle for trophy and check presentations. Once again, all winners and runner-up. All winners and runner-ups, I need you to the winner's circle for trophy and check presentations, please.
Dallas getting a brand new car to be 16. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, to those of you that are still watching on the live stream on YouTube, we are getting the car show winners crowned and getting them their trophies, and then we are going to roll up all of our drag race winners and runner-ups. So once again, we are still streaming. Thanks for those of you that are still watching live online. We will be here with our winners. We are crowning the top 20 car show winners, and then we will get into the drag race winners and runner-ups here in the winner's circle of the 3rd annual Street Car Braggin Rights, brought to us by Vengeance Racing. Once again, for all of you that are still watching on the live feed, thank you. Once again, a great job by Warren Evans and his crew to bring all the live stream action live on YouTube. We appreciate their hard work. For those of you that are still in the pits getting packed up, thank you so much for being part of Street Car Braggin Rights.
I need the runner-up of all steel, all glass to the winner's circle, please. Runner-up in all steel, all glass. Robert Bringen to the winner's circle, please. Robert Bringen, runner-up in all steel, all glass to the winner's circle, please.